My name is Jason. I was asked to create this documentary and to share a simple message. This world is a total illusion. This world is a program, an illusion of reality. A program that has been running for far too long. As extraordinary as a claim as this may initially sound, I ask you to listen to the facts. This world is not what you think it is. And if you are willing to journey beyond the boundary of your belief, the greatest story never told is waiting for you. Some of the most insightful human minds have already begun to observe the holographic and holistic principles of what we call reality. But it goes so far beyond that. So many here are a prisoner to their own mind and to illusion. All I ask is simply for you to listen. Listen inwardly, because it is time for so many to wake up. It is safe to do so. If you are looking for answers as to why we are here, to how you feel or what you experience, then open your mind and open your heart. Leave your preconceptions and beliefs at the door and come with me on a journey. In the end, you will decide if this message is for you or if it isn't. You will have the choice to remember or the choice to forget. That will be your choice, not mine. But to remember is to awaken to what is real within you and welcome a profound awareness from within that will change how you see everything. All I share is the awareness revealed and experienced over 40 years of contact, investigation, and dedication to the truth. Without bias or preference, and with a great deal of courage, and support by beings so much greater than we can fully understand. This story would not be possible if not for my late wife, Diane. In the 1980s, following a lifelong passion to understand life after death, past lives, and everything paranormal, Diane had an experience that began the most powerful mission of her life. What happened to Diane inspired her to start a journey that would never stop. What happened? An energy of great intelligence and love from outside of our universe, outside of our reality, reached in and made contact, connecting Diane's entire mind and energy of consciousness to something so profound. It altered the course of Diane's life forever, and the lives of countless others, including mine. From the mid-90s, Diane and I continued to share a path that would last for the next 30 years. Diane moved beyond this illusion of reality in early 2020, and the void left behind is simply immeasurable. This is Diane's legacy, our story, a message originating from beyond this reality, a message to remember and to wake up within the illusion called life. This is also my story, as the caretaker of the awareness we call the Elonias Foundation. I am here to say to you, there is a light of awareness within each one of us, a greater memory, one that will awaken within you what you have always known but have forgotten. One that will wake you up within this dream called life. For some it has been so very long. For others it has been a difficult journey. But what matters most is the journey's end, and a new beginning that will lead you beyond illusion, into what is real. Our journey has not been an easy one, and I present this documentary to make sure the rest of your journey can be. The past 40 years have been both wondrous and tragic, but desperately worthwhile. Our lives have beheld the most beautiful experiences of love, whilst its meaning and what we have learned obliterated the illusion we relied upon as our reality. As we once did, you have to ask yourself, what is normal? What is real? These concepts are quickly eroded when one takes a journey beyond belief, never to return. What we found, but really what found us, shattered the hall of mirrors of this world forever. It shook our foundations to the ground. Why has it taken 40 years to present this documentary? Because it has taken 40 years of communication, research and investigation to put the pieces together. You see, it's not about formulas and theories. It is about experience. And there have been so many pieces to connect. So much to experience, and so much to listen to. But above all, a greater plan beyond the control of any human individual has a way of timing things to be exactly where they need to be, and when. And this is why I have a story to tell you right now. I hope you have an open mind. By listening to or watching this documentary, you are asking questions that are viable to viewing this reality as it really is. A very exciting prospect, and I speak from experience. But I cannot emphasize enough. If you listen with your brain alone, you will not hear anything. Only the imagery through which you filter information. I ask you to quieten your brain and open your inner ears. Listen with your inner sound. I am about to present to you information that is almost certainly beyond the relativity of your current reality. Listen from within. Feel what I'm saying. Don't measure it, just experience it. And if you feel something stirring inside, something perhaps long forgotten, from deep down, trust it. Don't just believe what I'm about to say either. That would be another belief. I am not here to merely substitute one belief system for another. I am here to share a documentary that contains answers, but is only the first step. But it is real. The next step will be up to you to inwardly remember what you have perhaps forgotten. In all of our 40 years of investigation, there has not ever been an answer to existence anywhere outside of what we were told and discovered. We have searched endlessly for others with the same story, or even just answers, but to no avail. Pieces, fragments, suggestions, but never the answer. And so this is the greatest story never told. A bold statement, I know, but a true one. The answer is here for you. No more loose threads. No more hoping there is an answer somewhere one day. Today is the day you find out. What I am about to tell you is not a belief. It is an ongoing experience to this very day about the nature of the illusion in which we all exist. Anyone can theorize. Anyone can imagine. Anyone can make things up to appease their sense of ego or fantasy. But experiences speak for themselves. And where those experiences take you is a living journey into the light of awareness. On this day, I am a messenger. My message is simple, but the pathway is woven throughout time. So I am going to share with you what we have discovered, what we were told, what we are still told. This documentary isn't long enough to cover everything, so I'm going to share with you all I can as a first step to viewing what is real. Allow yourself to see it for what it is, and allow the truth you hold to be open to question. We were told many years ago that truth is an ever-changing movement of awareness, and so I will share with you a profound depth of awareness and some of the tireless and exhaustive research and experiences that back it up. We will use inner awareness, outer observations, and simple logic. The simplicity within the complexity. I will ask you to let go of preconceptions, because whilst you hold on to any belief at all, you will never be free to see what is real. So what is Earth? What is happening here on this planet, in this place we call life? What does it all mean? I am going to answer those questions for you, so you don't have to wonder anymore. My late wife Diane once wrote, "A good story comes from the heart, and is best told as if you were reliving it all over again." And so this documentary is a true story covering over 4 decades of miraculous events, tireless investigation, extraordinary paranormal, temporal, and dimensional experiences and research into the inner depths of time and space. I will relive this journey with you and take you through the most powerful and compelling times of our lives, of all life everywhere. And so I ask you to come with me on this journey. Let the flame within flicker and ignite your deeper, greater memories. Open the gateway of your mind so you can pass through and beyond the illusion of reality. Let me start by asking you a question. What would you do if an intelligence from beyond your comprehension and imagining entered your life after you started to investigate the meaning of life? And where do we go when we die? This intelligence begins to communicate to you and through you. It begins to speak of things so vast and so personal, sharing with you what it knows about creation, the experience of life and beyond, and things you never dreamed it could know about you. The intelligence defines itself as an energy of light. It does not have a name as such, but in order that you can converse with it in a human fashion, it gives its name as Elonias. The energy shares great love and continues to expand its conversation as the months and years go by. So much is given, and you are asked to reconsider what you think you know and who you think you are. You are asked to let go of how you view life, because it is totally wrong and a total illusion. Elonias is then joined by others from the energy of where they come from, and the conversations encompass not only the meaning of your individual life and how you got here, but the greater energy of what you really are beyond you. The human soul, the spirit, consciousness, humanity, then to all life everywhere, multi-dimensional realities, the structure of space and time, and finally the nature of creation itself. The communication begins in the 1980s and continues into and through the 1990s. They speak of the future, telling you about things to come from digital recorders and TVs on walls through to world events. And all of it comes true, time and time again. What do you do if that happens? I'll tell you. You listen, and you let go of what you thought you knew. And as you listen like you've never listened before, you very quickly become aware that all is not as it seems, and of how much you just don't know. Concepts and delusions disappear in an instant. Images begin to evaporate. Human science becomes relatively meaningless as true love and great wisdom on a far greater scale prevails. One conversation flows into the next, explaining everything and more. Love takes on a deeper meaning than you could ever have imagined it could, and you realize there is more going on here, far more than any of us could have ever imagined. It is all so very new and yet so very familiar. This documentary will cover parts of this 40-year journey that allow me to share with you the key areas of the illusion of reality. I hope it will trigger you to investigate what I say and to investigate yourself, both inwardly and outwardly. I will cover extraordinary events that actually happened to us, events that helped us time and time again to understand the power of what we hold inside and the changeable and interdimensional nature of this illusion. You will hear accounts of our experiences involving the paranormal and alternate realities, where mind overrides matter, and how these relate to modern-day experiences of reverse time experiments and quantum limitations. But before I can share our journey of investigation and experiences with you, it is important I preface them with a summary of our in-depth investigations into the perception of reality itself. Those who spoke worked tirelessly to help us view ourselves and our reality as a product of a program, and I will present the powerful and fundamental cornerstones of perception and awareness in order this documentary gives to you what must be shared accurately. Perception and awareness are everything, because perception is a lens, and awareness is the light. Light with a narrow lens sees very little. Awareness with a lens that is very open to the light can see so much more. During the creation of this documentary, I was instructed by Elonias to incorporate the work of the quantum physicist David Bohm, perhaps the most significant theoretical physicist of the 20th century. Bohm's revolutionary work with quantum theory, neuropsychology, and the philosophy of the mind also embraced the deeper concepts of awareness and thought. The more Bohm challenged the boundaries of convention, the more he was ostracized and ignored by the established scientific communities of the time. By looking beyond science and quantum theories alone, Bohm understood that science on its own will never be able to explain consciousness, but he did not know why. The reason for that is simple. Because the origin of consciousness is not in this reality. It has entered here from somewhere else. Consciousness is not created here by matter or energy. Consciousness is a carrier of awareness, a lower aspect of the mind within time that comes from beyond the illusion of this reality, the real within the unreal. It is called the separation of light, and we will look at how the simple yet profound construct of a program can be seen in not just the quantum realms, but also in the nature of energy, repeating patterns, fractal geometry, and mathematical relationships observable in everyday life without complex equations. As I share our story, I will delve into the experiments of energy, matter, and time applied to the quantum world, because these experiments are vital in helping us illustrate and convey the meaning behind our experiences to reveal the truth. We will then go beyond these parallels to the greater meaning of all life everywhere, where scientific rules and boundaries have no meaning at all. Let's get straight into it. Instead of waiting until the end, I'm going to bring the end to the beginning, to before the beginning, in fact. What I am about to tell you is the first part to the greatest story never told. If you believe you have no attachments or beliefs, you may need to think again. Are you really here? Is this reality real in any way? Are you even human? You see, our beliefs are not just about our outward reality. They come from our most fundamental perceptions of ourselves. And that is the key. Because you are more than who you believe you are. And so I am going to tell you what that all means, right now. Then I'm going to give some examples that were also given to us to loosen and release preconceptions before we start the story. There is no point simply adding more and more knowledge and imagery to what you already have. Only when one lets go can what is real reveal itself. I will also show you why what I am about to say is factual and real. Truths are never complex, despite what most existing orthodox organizations would have you believe to keep so much out of reach. And so this message is simple. The world we live in is a recreated program of thought and memory. It is a vast program, a program of a time in the universe that once existed a long, long time ago. Originally simulated by an advanced energy of intelligence using memory simulation techniques and light to open up and explore the ancient past. In its original form, it was a well-respected and profound experience of learning and self-discovery. Many would enter this program to understand what it used to be like here, experiencing the different lands and times of the past of planet Earth and many, many other worlds. Ultimately, something beyond this program occurred, and the results inside were disastrous, imprisoning so many. As a consequence, this program has been running in a state of deterioration and chaos, trapping so many inside. But the mission to locate so many who are lost here has now been completed, and it is time to wake up. There is a real world that exists beyond this, and this documentary will show you how right I am. Over the past several decades, quantum physicists and theoretical mathematicians have slowly started to realize the holographic nature of what we call reality, observing connections between energy, matter, and consciousness. And whilst observing there is a link, never truly understanding how or why it is all here to even be observed in the first place. Beyond measurement and calculation, beyond even the holographic model of the universe, is the function of a program, light projecting and encoding energy through multidimensional space as life. Take a look around at the image of it all. This world is not exactly a place of harmony and balance. There is so little love here. If we look beyond the vicinity of our everyday lives, there is so much that is so very wrong with this world. So much that just doesn't make sense. So much division and so much separation of beliefs, cultures and ideologies. This world is an out-of-control dream, a nightmare for some, blissful ignorance for others. The nature of time is not what most people think it is. What occurred here so long ago has been corrected. You need to know that. But so many are still caught in its wake, looping in endless cycles of memory, living out a life on earth as if it was all that was real, living within illusion as their reality. At this point, I am not speaking relative to movies such as The Matrix, The Truman Show, Vanilla Sky, or other productions. Whilst these narratives do have parallels, I am talking about so much more that was revealed to us before these stories even hit the screens or became known. You may be asking why these revelations were revealed to us, for the same reason I am presenting this documentary to you right now, to wake up those who need to remember. And to that end I say this: if you are watching this documentary because you are looking for answers, craving for a discovery that will help you understand the meaning of your life, then I would ask why. Why are you looking at all? And I will simply answer that by saying to you, you cannot yearn for what you do not already know, only that which you know but have forgotten. All is relative. All comes from the one of all and is separated into lesser parts of itself. This experience of separation called life is but a limited experience of what you really are. That is why you crave to understand, because you crave to remember what you have actually forgotten about you. You cannot feel something missing that has never been there. The lesser always comes from the greater. You cannot be trying to understand something you do not already have inside you. Otherwise, there is no relativity. Evolution is not true here. It is nothing more than a fiction of memory. Because in a reality such as this, where we are headed is back to where we came from in the first place. Separation is an aspect of experience, not a pathway of the gradual supremacy over life. Imagine your everyday life for a moment. Perhaps it has people who do not wonder what you do, who do not search like you do, who do not seem to have something inside them that knows or feels what you do, or questions like you do. And that is okay. This world is a program, and it contains so many program characters. But love shared with anyone in your life is still love. But if you do feel lonely in your life, you don't need to feel that way anymore. You are far from alone, and I am here to show you why. And so, if you were living within a program, a dream, that was not real, and something entered to wake you up, would you recognize it? Would you listen? Or would you reject it outright based on your programmed beliefs, or bias based on fear or denial, because perhaps it is just too painful, too inconvenient, too confronting, or even too traumatic to remember? I am not here to take anything away from you, not at all. It is in fact the greatest gift of awakening you may ever have. You have nothing to worry about. The experiences and examples I am going to share in this documentary will show you how right we are. And deep down inside, you will know. What does life look like for someone who does not belong here? Always restless or searching. Some invest their need to defend the right freedom into a cause. Others take on a reclusive way of life, attaching themselves to a belief system of religion, or become lost in science or the New Age movement, full of ideologies and theories that stimulate deeper memories but never touch the ones that will free them. But what if it was only a moment ago you lay down and entered here? What if it was only a breath away? And here Within time, it has been a lifetime. Many lifetimes. Centuries, even millennia. You see, in a dreamlike program, the wheel of time not only turns so very, very slowly, it keeps repeating on an endless loop into the future and back to the past again. Prophecies that come and go, déjà vus, hope, Groundhog Day. Nothing new, only the old program repeated under a different name, a wiped memory, a different disguise. Never an answer, only more questions. And the longer this corrupted program runs, the more it becomes unstable, until it begins to break down and fall apart, like this world is doing right now. The phrase, "we accept the reality with which we are presented," is only for those who accept the limitations of a program. I have a memory from beyond this program that survives and endures, and I am here to help you understand we are all currently sharing a collective experience based on the memory of what once life on Earth was like. A reconstruction of thought and memory. Relative to our consciousness and our bodies, it feels very real. Relative to what we really are beyond here, it is a total illusion. And we will look further into what that actually means very shortly in our story. What is reality? Reality is perception. What we perceive is real to us, whether it is a belief, something we see, something we hear, something we remember, even something we imagine. Memories can be distorted over time and still be perceived as real. Information can be encoded and transmitted into the brain through television, through our experiences, social influences, and so much more. Your conscious mind works constantly with your subconscious to determine your experience to your life, what you do and don't like. And in the end, it does not matter to us what reality is. We believe what we perceive, and we believe our life experiences and our responses to those experiences. These all form our perception of reality, and they all affect our perception of ourselves. Memory is like that. One event is never remembered by two people in exactly the same way. Everyone has a different perception, and this can also be influenced by our preconditioned bias or belief. This being the case, reality is always going to be an illusion. But just how deep and far does the illusion of reality go? This question has captured the hearts and minds of so many. In the early 1980s, as a young and passionate seeker, Diane was filled with a need to know what lay beyond life, and she began to investigate things she had always wondered about. And so in the early 1980s, her search began. Before computers, before the internet, and before the digital revolution. Before the word quantum was even a word to most, and certainly before the way our lives have changed so radically in the past 20 years. Diane's quest began, a quest that would take her beyond anything she could have imagined, beyond belief, past boundaries, because she refused to stop searching for answers when so many told her there wasn't any, and to wait until she died to find out. Diane refused to accept there are no answers, and her dedication is ultimately what allows me to speak to you today. Diane and I were married in 2003, after we first met 10 years earlier at a workshop in Donvale, Melbourne. Diane was already an outspoken researcher into the spiritual domain, a gifted intuitive and trance-channel medium, and a profound psychic. She was a foremost expert on the human mind, incorporating the depths of the subconscious, unconscious, and superconscious mind, as well as the human energy field, past life memories, and alternate timeline awareness. During those years, Diane was booked out 3 to 6 months ahead. Such was her gift of prophecy, and her ability to help fellow seekers find answers and awaken to their beauty within. Her lectures and workshops were always to packed gatherings. Such was the compelling nature of her public talks, where Diane spoke of beyond the illusion of this reality, as a woman driven towards the truth, and as a vehicle for a profound message. Diane demonstrated we are a part of the one of all, and just as we, in our conscious state, are the lowest note of awareness of our own higher mind, Diane was the lowest note of the energy known as Elonias. Before I met Diane, I was also on a mission to understand the nature of reality. I had grown up with out-of-body experiences, premonitions, psychic visions, and otherworldly contact that I simply did not understand at the time. As the years passed, I began to train myself in dream recall and deep meditation. Finding like-minded people can be difficult when your inner memories are so different than the life you find yourself in. As I turned 20, I struggled to find anyone within the New Age movements and the Theosophical societies who could help me understand. New Age belief systems had started to become as limited and indoctrinated as the religions they tried to replace. Then one day, after I had overstayed my welcome at yet another discussion group, I was given a brochure for a workshop about the investigation of light beyond the planet. I decided to go along. On that fateful day in 1993, I attended the workshop and met Diane for the first time. We quickly realized how much we had in common, and I was invited to a small discussion group run out of the home of one of Diane's closest friends. I was overjoyed. I had found like-minded people asking the same questions as I was about life, past lives, the future, space, and time. I joined the discussion group, and towards the end of 1993, my entire life, my entire world, was turned upside down as I heard Elonias speak for the first time. I was stunned, and I sat absolutely still as an energy spoke through Diane that spoke about reality and light in a way I had never heard before, in a way I had never known. Wisdom, gentleness, seriousness, humour, about creation, time, light and love, the soul, the spirit, and the source of all things. What began from Diane's soul investigation and this humble home on the outskirts of Melbourne began to gather momentum. The group expanded and communication increased. By 1994, Diane was directed to publish a selection of the communication sessions in a book called The Journey Home, a book of conversations from the many discussion groups covering in-depth subjects such as thought and memory, space and time, belief systems, love, and so much more. Before I continue, I wish to say something to you. The experiences you are going to hear next, and throughout this documentary, all happen exactly as I say. We all have experiences. Sometimes we barely notice, and sometimes we cannot help but notice. But when illusion is broken by an intent to know, a power of mind and a heart that won't give up, that is when experiences turn into awareness. In the years in between, Diane and I encountered and pursued so many experiences, and to this very day I still experience paranormal and temporal phenomenon. My point is this: your intent to know will equal your energy of awareness and experience. All is energy, and all is memory. The more you are aware, the more you know all is energy, the more you will experience. And the more you experience, the more you become aware. It is what Elonias called the rotation of compliance. It is like remembering a dream. You get a thread and you pull on that thread, then another and another, until you unravel what was hidden and bring it into plain sight. One such experience happened to me in the early 90s, when I was still a young man living in the outer Melbourne suburb of Sunbury in Victoria. I meditated regularly as part of my inner search, hoping for a vision or an experience that would help me understand the purpose to my life. Little did I know I was about to have an experience that would change my perception forever. In those days, my goal was not just centering my mind and body. My goal was to consciously leave my body. I had regular lucid dreams where I was flying or levitating, and so I wanted to astral project out into the stars. For me, the constellations and space itself held something so special. Every time I looked up, I felt alone. I tried so hard, time after time. For the longest time, nothing happened. But then, one sunny day, when I was just sitting on the warm brick driveway, with my back against the house wall, I suddenly and very rapidly left my body. I found myself mentally rising up. I cannot say I was astral travelling because I did not see my astral body, but my mind was moving so fast. I pushed higher and higher with my thoughts, and I went further and further into space, passing the constellations and nebulas I thought I wanted to visit. So quickly, galaxies and stars became meaningless to me, and I wanted to get to the edge. The edge of what? I did not know. I kept pushing faster and faster with my mind until I did actually hit the edge of something. I did not know what it was, but it felt like a barrier of some kind. I knew it could not be the edge of the universe, as strange as that sounded to me, because I could feel something beyond it. And if I could feel something beyond it, then there was something past it. So I used the power of my thought and I pushed, and the feeling of resistance disappeared. I was suddenly moving again. But then I hit another barrier. I did the same again, and this happened several more times until I became so very frustrated. I felt so desperate to get beyond it all, but before I could do anything else, the entire experience started to reverse, and all I could feel was myself returning back to my body. When I opened my eyes, I was positively shaking. But it was not my frustration that had shaken me. It was one single point of recognition that had imprinted into my mind. We live in an impossible universe. I understood that nothing can go on forever, because at the edge there was always something else beyond it, over and over, and that, I knew, was not possible. I knew endless was not the same as infinity. Something can be endless by going around and around forever, like a mouse on a wheel. But infinity, and the universe being infinite, was impossible. The knowing was so profoundly simple. If the universe was impossible, then everything within it was too. That meant I did not actually exist. And if I did not exist, what did? Who was I? What was I? What was real? Because I knew, I absolutely knew. I wasn't. That experience of an impossible universe changed something inside me. I saw everything differently. Nothing was the same. I was soon to meet Diane, and years later I would find out that at about the same time, Diane also had a profound experience of her own. We had not even met, and already our lives and our experiences were beginning to align. Diane's experience found her one night after she had been conducting a large workshop at a retreat in the hills east of Melbourne. Diane later shared with me, after finishing the last session of the first day, she was sitting in her room talking with two friends who had helped her facilitate the workshop. Standing next to her bed, something came over her. Diane's surroundings became completely unreal, like a surreal dream, not solid at all. Diane felt disoriented and had to hold on to a bedpost to steady herself. She sat down, but the sensation increased. Diane remembered looking at her friends on that day, and a sense of knowing from beyond her consciousness engulfed her. Diane knew her friends, the room, everything around her was not real. It was a powerful and unnerving experience that lasted for several minutes. After it subsided, Diane decided to get some fresh air. She walked outside to sit at a timber outdoor table, taking in the cool breeze. She sat down, and as it was winter, the night sky had already started to show its stars. Diane looked up, but as soon as she did, the sensation quickly returned. I remember Diane recounting that experience many times over the years, and the most overwhelming feeling Diane recalled that night, looking out at the starry night sky, was that the stars were far too close, and reality itself was so very small. Looking at the stars, Diane had felt a sense of intense claustrophobia, unlike anything she had ever experienced before or since. Her experience had shaken her, and yet imprinted her with a deep recognition. Diane knew everything she could see, touch, and feel was an illusion, a total illusion. Nothing was as it seemed at all. A few years later, in 1995, a similar thing would happen for a third time, but again in a profoundly unexpected way. It was a Saturday night, once again after a day of workshops and discussion. A group of us were relaxing in the lounge room of one of the group members. Some were chatting about the day, others were watching some television. I was watching the Life of Brian movie, and the discussion of so many topics were crossing over each other as laughter and insights filled the room. Without warning, as I sat watching the screen, my entire reality just started to distort. Everything just went flat. The room and everyone in it, everything I could see and feel, including my own body, all collapsed and flattened into what I can only describe as a two-dimensional flat plane, like glass. It happened so quickly, I was shocked, and I was both watching the plane from somewhere outside of it and existing on the inside at the same time. The duality of the experience was not something I could fully process or comprehend. I just did not know what to do. The experience lasted for another few moments. Then I blinked, and everything was instantly back to the way it was before, as if nothing had happened at all. No one else seemed to notice, and I was quite stunned for some time. I sat and kept staring at the screen, not watching at all, waiting to see if anything else was going to happen, trying to assimilate the experience, trying to understand, but nothing happened. I would not realize until more than 15 years later how Diane's and my experiences of impossible realities, claustrophobia, and a two-dimensional plane of existence were all connected. and as we explore further, you will understand what I mean, because experiences like these, whilst a shock to the senses, allow you to gain an insight into the world as it really is, not as we perceive it to be. Over many precious years, as Elonias and others spoke at length in an ever-expanding regime of the illusion of self, higher awareness, and a greater perspective on all things, we could not participate if we did not become more aware of our own perceptions also. We had to face ourselves and everything we believed. Whilst we viewed our reality from our singular perspective of thought, we could never understand what was being shared. There is an important point to be made here. When a being such as Elonias speaks of things both personal and vast, there always was and always is a reason for everything, a reason for their every word to every person. A greater energy of vast intelligence chooses its words in a way that meanings keep unfolding year after year after year, decade after decade. To become aware of the illusion of oneself can be a powerfully confronting experience for some and a liberating one for others. Many are spoken to, just like now, in this documentary, but one must be willing to see oneself clearly if they wish to see everything clearly. When you look at your greatest ally in life, if it is fear, then welcome it, understand it, talk to it. To understand your fear is to move beyond it, and when you have love, humility, and an open mind, and you have let go of fear, you have a bridge to everything. In the beginning, I explained this documentary to be a true sharing of events. It is our story, our experiences, things that happened, research, years of evidence, countless examples, prophecy that has come true over and over again, and ultimately, communication from beyond this reality by those who have returned to wake up those who have either fallen asleep to what they really are, or to those who are waiting for the signal that their job is complete and it is time to wake up. It is time to remember. I wonder what your story is. I wonder what experiences you have had. I wonder why you are watching this right now. What I say to you is this: if you respond, find out why. If you get angry, ask why. If you are not sure, find out why. If you dismiss it out of hand without investigating, you are not listening. If you believe it, don't stay there. Find out what more you know. The inner journey is the most expansive journey of all. Ask yourself, what can you answer about your life and reality that did not come from someone else's knowledge or conditioning? Why are there no complete answers so far from life? Why is there so much fear and chaos in the name of love and unity? Why is it, despite claims to the contrary, humanity's most valiant efforts by scholars, scientists, or religious leaders have never established a substantial, lasting, meaningful answer to the questions about the meaning of existence? There is no prosperity of spirit here. There is only illusion of progression or a survival mode of distraction. You deserve better. When love is all there is, but chaos and no love is all around, one has to ask why. When an answer comes from within the confines of this reality, it cannot ever be the whole story. How can anyone decipher the meaning of their existence by only examining the effect of the existence? It is not possible. There is no wisdom within limitation. That is why belief systems offer only partial answers. That is why science and religion have never been able to answer the most important questions of all about the creation of life. What is our reality? Why are we here? Once again, truth is not complex. The simple truth is this reality is not real, and that is why illusion holds no answers, because it is not real. But are you? What is real exists beyond this world. Do you? Because there is another world, a real world beyond this existence we call life. Those from the real are here to bring everyone who is real home. How do we know? Because experience supports knowledge, and knowledge arises from awareness. Awareness enters the outer conscious mind from the inner mind. That is when answers are meaningful. We have had literally thousands of experiences over the years, but awareness is not an accumulation of knowledge and experiences alone. They merely open the door for awareness to step through. That is why evidence and awareness go hand in hand to stimulate the recognition of the illusion of this reality. Philosophers and prophets have pondered on answers and truths for centuries, turning them into a prison of belief to suit the power of self. Ascensions and revelations emerge constantly within the historic, biblical or New Age movements, but nothing ever lasts, because they are incomplete perceptions and just end up rotating back upon themselves over and over, reinforcing illusion that becomes belief again and dogma, misrepresented and flawed. Quantum physics and holographic sciences are now able to start to conceptualize the subtle and cosmic natures of our reality and describe to us observations of not only our lives, but of the universe. But these conjectures will always end in failure when the source comes from within this reality. I cannot stress that enough. Let me explain what I mean with an analogy. You have a question, and you find someone you believe has the answer. You ask your question and hold out a box and say, I have given you my question. Now here is my box. Can you please place your answer inside my box so that I may look at it and consider it, equal to my beliefs and knowledge of what I deem acceptable? The person with the answer looks at your box and says, I can answer your question, but the answer I'm going to give you is so big, so powerful. If I place the answer into your box, it will break it apart. You would then have no security, nothing to hold on to. Your box would be destroyed by the truth of what I'm about to say. Over the years, we were told so often to let go of our preconceptions, to let go of our images of our lives, our perceptions of reality and of ourselves. Why? Because despite our best intentions, they were limited, preconditioned, full of beliefs and based on illusion. We were asked to listen from within and to open our hearts and minds, because it is not our intellectual brain that can understand the bigger picture. The brain is so limited, full of imagery and preconceptions and programming. Your energy is unlimited. Your mind is unlimited. If you box in what I am about to say, you will not see it at all. So let's take the example of that box and make it bigger, so much bigger. big enough so we can all live in it, as big as your perception of space itself. Now let's use unbiased logic. We live inside this universe. All your senses and definitions come from within the confines of this reality. They have to, because the construct defines everything within it based on general relativity, just like a computer is relative only to the information that is placed within its storage systems. If we are within this reality, can we ever truly understand beyond it based on the consciousness within reality? The answer is no. It is not possible on our own. And let me explain why. To know what something is, one has to view it from beyond it, so one can observe it in its entirety. It's like a dream. You cannot see the reality of a dream until you are awake and beyond it. Another example is if you woke up inside a hole in the ground and someone looking down into the hole asked you where the hole is and why you are there. You could not answer that either, unless you remembered your experience from before you found yourself in the hole. It is all a matter of where you draw memory from as to what your point of relativity is. So let's use the box analogy to demonstrate the experience of life. Here is a room, furnished with thought and memory. Let's say for a moment, using the analogy of this room being your life, you live in this box. Everything you see, feel, and experience is a product of the box, and nothing else has really ever existed except the box. That is what you know. That is what you have always known. In this example, everything you know and perceive would be constrained to the interior of that environment. You would be psychologically and existentially defined by it. It would be the container of your reality. You can only see as far as its internal walls, which equals the information it is designed to present to you. All of the parts of your life that you interact with and see every day. On the walls are pictures, windows, even doors, but they do not really lead out of the box at all. They only look like they do. The distant scenery you see through the window is simply an illusion of perspective, which shifts and adapts to your every move and thought. Even the tools you use to try and understand beyond the perimeter of the box are only the tools defined by and contained within the structure of relativity of the box. No matter what mathematics you employ or what observations you make, all is still a product of the box. Whether we measure 1 centimetre or a light year or a billion light years, the ruler is like a piece of rubber. It will stretch and change shape indefinitely, equal to the formulated dimensions that operate within the box. And you won't realize it, because it will all make sense to your programmed mind. Whether it be our own eyes or quantum equations, they will always give a result, but that result will never be complete because scientific efforts are a function of the program and are not connected to beyond the program itself. Such is your human embodiment. If you were born into the box, it is all you ever knew. It would not be your fault at all, but it would be a fact. Another example here is if you were not born inside, but suddenly found yourself in the box with amnesia. After a little while, the reality with which you are presented begins to define your perceptions. After a long while, the only way you will ever know you are even in a box is if someone from outside breaks through the barrier of reality and tells you that you are living within a box. At first, you may not believe them, because everything this person says goes against common sense, goes against the rules of the box, goes against your perceptions. And yet, something stirs inside you. It is like not being able to wake from a dream, and someone who loves you enters your dream to tell you from inside it is time to wake up. And so, by understanding how to view your own perceptions within space, let's extend it to incorporate time, the mind, and the energy of inner space within the quantum reality. We exist within a program of thought and memory. Like any program that creates an outcome, our reality has been created from information. The information is interpreted, processed, and recoded in a way that allows it to, in turn, then be used to simulate a desired reality. This is simplistic but accurate, and it shows how thought and memory have been encoded and used to generate the reality we experience every day. Many scientists are now starting to grasp from an experimental level time is not linear at all. In this conscious waking level of our lives, it is a little harder for us to perceive time as non-linear. We feel it moving around us. We wait. We remember back. We think forward. We experience one moment to the next, or so we think. How do psychics and intuitive people, empaths, and prophetic visions foretell the future? Because the future has already happened. The past, present, and future are all contained within the structure of thought and memory of the program. Everything that has happened and ever will. There is not the infinite weaving of possibilities and probabilities science would have you believe. Like any program, even one as sophisticated as our reality has a preset range of alternative pathways. Stay with me. To us, the future seems unwritten, infinite even. But like all programs, the pathways available to us are generated from an initial set of memory variables. Free will is but the ability to choose between predetermined pathways. That is why sometimes, no matter what you do, some things never work. If it is not written into the program, it cannot exist. That may sound outrageous to some, frightening to others, but once again, stay with me. Over the past 2 decades, many experiments have been done in the fields of time research and the human mind. One of these was the reverse time experiment. Researchers showed you can send a message back into the past to yourself. The comprehensive experiment was established to test and see if people who needed to sit an exam could considerably improve their score if they studied for it beforehand and then again after taking the test. The natural question is, if you passed your exam on a particular day, why would you need to sit and study for it again the next day? That is where this gets very interesting. The research showed conclusively, beyond any doubt, if a person made a commitment to study the day after the exam and did so, they had a greater chance of passing than if they did not. It's obvious that the day after taking an exam, you are well aware of what questions have been asked. By committing to study those very questions and connect the right answers to those questions the very next day after the exam, your future self can send back the information subconsciously about what you need to study and help you pass. Experiment after experiment proved the ability of the human mind to reach back into the past to help itself in the earlier test. This experiment did indeed occur and results were conclusive. Not surprisingly, little evidence remains of the experiment today. Another experiment in a similar vein is the 2010 Cornell University study that showed the human mind and physiology can anticipate an upcoming event that your conscious self and brain may not be aware of yet. The Cornell University experiment involved showing participants a series of a wide variety of images, ranging from pleasant or stimulating images to undesirable ones. The participant was instructed to push a response button as to how they felt immediately after viewing each image. At the end of the experiment, EMG readings of the energy field and EEG readings of the brain show the energy field registered stimulus before the brain. What's more, the test subjects being researched were not aware of the response by their own unconscious mind that created their physical reaction to press the button a microsecond before they registered the thought to do so. What does this mean? It means the participant's mind, energy, and body reacted before their brain could. This research was extensive and profoundly conclusive, leading the researchers to wonder if free will is nothing more than an illusion. The combined series of tests confirmed the odds the human mind is not bound by time at 74 billion to 1. In addition to this incredible determination, further experiments by neurophysiologists Benjamin Libet and Bertram Feinstein found the human brain registers a stimulus approximately 1,000 times slower than the subconscious mind. At any given time, your unconscious mind is already responding to stimulus before the conscious recognition through your brain. So what do these examples show? And why show them at all? They not only show time is not linear and the past and future both exist simultaneously, they show our mind is far greater than we give it credit for. They also show we are not just the physical who we believe we are through our brain and personality. Our energy of mind is always interacting with the past, present, and future because past, present, and future are already programmed into this reality. We are not our physical body alone. We are so much more, and reality is so much less. What do we know? Our mind is not our brain. Our mind exists within our entire energy field throughout time and beyond it. The future is already programmed ahead of us and imprinted into our energy throughout the whole of space-time. It is written, which is why it can be read. The very fact premonitions occur show time to be an illusion. Thought and memory are the basis of our past, present, and future. Now, if it is pre-written, it has to have been placed there, and placed there by something beyond it as an intricately encoded, information-based experience. When we look at the vast evidence, it is common sense. This encoded information concept is also researched and explored in the 1991 book by Michael Talbot called The Holographic Universe. In his extensive research, Talbot connects the mind and the human energy field. He looks at thought and reality as parts of a holographic whole. Michael Talbot also refers directly to the work of 20th century quantum physicist David Bohm, saying that despite its apparent material nature, connecting time, dreams, past lives, and more, the universe is actually a kind of 3D projection and is no more real than a hologram. As we know, Bohm believed time and space are not absolute and unfolds out of what he called the implicate order, a deep holistic nature of the universe where all energy, time, thought and space are connected as the basis for our reality. that we are all a small part of a larger whole. Bohm also defined past, present and future as nothing more than constructs of the mind. Since then, quantum physicists have published findings that support Bohm, such as in the peer-reviewed journal Nature, where they conclude without consciousness there is no physical matter. Without an experiencer, there is no experience. As we would say, the dreamer and the dream. The dream cannot exist without the dreamer. What I need to establish is how and why we live within the construct of thought and memory. And when I say thought and memory, I must explain that reality is not based on our individual thought, but rather one greater thought, divided and separated into a vast network of consciousness. My and your individual thought is not the thought. This is why individual thought cannot simply manifest anything in this reality. If it could, people would potentially create anything they desire. The power of experience is within the lesser mind, not the power of creation. So many here have created rituals and made fortunes based on the concept of creating the reality they want. But have you ever stopped to wonder why they can and most can't? Why opportunity does not equal success? Why position and power do not always equate to entitlement or intelligence? When one understands they are within a program, it is easier to understand why free will alone is not the only proponent of change, or the precursor for a desired result. This reality has a fixed range of options, however intricate. These variables are encoded into the fabric of life to allow choices based on the magnetic attraction of thought and memory. This in turn attracts the existing possibility most aligned to one's thought and energy. When one believes they have created their reality by the affirmation of thought or the power of intent, all they have done is to align with the possibility they were already aware of at a subconscious level. The now and the future simply connect through the power of thought. So, within a program, we have choices, but we cannot create anything new. This program has been operating for a very long time. The illusion of variations is very convincing, but reality simply no longer operates the way it was originally intended. Now that may raise fear and alarm in many, but I am here to tell you there is an exit from the old program of reality, a connection to a new awareness. Those from beyond this program have imprinted a new program into our space-time reality, and that is what this is all about. As we move through our story, I will be able to tell you more about it. Let's continue. Diane pioneered research and an understanding of our superconscious mind. From her work, we developed ongoing research and practices for working with our deeper consciousness, one's capacity to become aware of our true multidimensional nature. We grew to see time in a completely open way, whilst having to establish a duality of consciousness, knowing we live within an illusionary world but are not a part of it. From the in-depth principles of Bohm's work and the time experiments of quantum physics researchers, the thing we all perceive every moment of every day is the perception of how time passes. The more we developed an awareness of the energy of knowing this world is an illusion, and the more we applied it to our daily lives, the sense of time loosens its grip. We have experienced missing time and time loops so many times, identifying the cracks in reality that others seem to miss or ignore. I say again, time simply does not exist the way we perceive it. We move through memory, and we perceive the passage of that memory as time, but within this program, time can change constantly. Time is linked to our deeper mind, the structure of energy we relate to, and the rate of movement of the space we are within. To demonstrate this, let's look at an experience I had in 2015. I experienced the illusion of linear time in a physical and measurable way. It is one of the most profound temporal experiences I have ever had. I was in Sydney, here in Australia, and it was at the end of a 3-day business trip. I was coming out of my very last meeting, held in an outer western suburb called Parramatta. The meeting had gone over time, and by the time I reached the car park, I only had about 75 minutes before my flight departed at 7:15. At that time of day, with peak hours on the A6 and M5, the Mascot Airport was at least a 60-minute drive, and I still had a rental car to drop off, not to mention the long walk to the gate. Needless to say, I was a little tense about the whole thing. It was, after all, a Friday, and I was exhausted from 3 days of back-to-back meetings. I just wanted to get home to my wife. I stepped across to the car park and got into the rental car. In a very curious set of circumstances, when I reached the exit, the boom gate would not lift. I could not exit. The operator box would not accept my prepaid ticket, and so I stood helplessly at the exit, other drivers queuing up behind me with every passing minute. I couldn't reverse, and I could not go forward. And so I stood outside my own car, speaking to an attendant through a speaker box for the next 20 minutes, until he finally let me through, much to the frustration of a huge queue behind me, who were not at all afraid of using their horns to sound their frustration. By the time I turned onto the road, it was well after 6 p.m. I had less than 60 minutes to make a 1-hour trip, drop off the car, and walk to the flight gate and board the plane. I was frustrated and resigned to the fact I would not make it. My only hope was a flight delay. I finally turned onto the M4 and headed east. The traffic was thick. No surprises there. Shortly after, I was convinced I wasn't going to make it if the plane left on time. I checked the time on my phone and the car dashboard. There was just over 30 minutes left, but it would still take me about an hour to physically get to the flight gate. I picked up the phone and was about to call home when something came over me. A feeling, a strange, surreal feeling. I simply knew I had to try. I put the phone down. I knew I didn't need to pick up the phone and call home, but I did not know why. I found myself feeling very quiet inside. I felt mentally very calm, but inwardly energized at the same time. An unusual feeling. I put both hands firmly on the wheel and checked my speed. I was still sitting at the speed limit. And then something happened. A feeling of accelerating, starting to move very quickly, moving so swiftly forward. I should have been frightened, but I was too calm. I looked ahead, and everything seemed normal. I felt I was shooting past all the traffic around me, and yet the cars remained constant with me on the road. Everything seemed outwardly normal. I kept checking my speed. No change. The feeling of accelerating grew stronger and stronger. I felt even more supercharged. I felt like I was moving through a tunnel, and yet I could still see everything around me. My calmness turned into a focused concentration. This lasted for about 20 minutes, until I was snapped out of the dual sensation when I saw a large blue sign ahead. It was the M5 airport exit sign. I was confused. It should still be so far away, and still to this day I do not recall turning south onto the A6 or east onto the M5, but there it was. I looked at the clock and it was just after 6:45 p.m. It was not possible. I had made the 1-hour trip in half the time. I had not accelerated. I had not taken a shortcut. I had made the trip many times before, so I knew the road well. This was not possible. And yet, there it was. The feeling of calmness quickly faded, and as I turned into the Mascot Airport, I dropped off the car and made my way to the gate. As I arrived, they were about to close the flight, and I slipped on as one of the last passengers. I had made an impossible trip, but more than that, I had felt the compression of time like a tunnel. Space had sped up, and time had slowed down. My perception of distances and objects around me remained the same, but time compressed somehow to get me to the airport in half the time without going any faster. An extraordinary experience. So time is not a linear reality. It is a perception affected by thought, energy, the ratio of space, paranormal activity, or interdimensional interference. So many things affect time. It is certainly not a product of the fallacy of gravity. The perception of time is the measurement of memory, and when you alter your ratio of perception, time can change. I have shared with you reverse time experiments and aspects of the holographic nature of reality that meet the experiences we have had. An important point I need to make is this. To experience is to remember, and to remember is to know. What we are experiencing in our minds is not bound by time. Our mind is able to move back and forward through the energy of life and through time. In fact, it is only our conscious thought process that stops us recognizing the true nature of our mind and energy. Beneath the separation of self, the light of what we are is connected to what is beyond the illusion of this reality. Between our belief of who we are and the reality of what we are is so much to be experienced. Long after many of our experiences had established to us the illusion of time, Elonias also explained to us about the program itself. He discussed how the very first program was originally an imprint into the space. The imprint could be likened to a thought, and as I intimated previously, the thought of creation is not the kind of thought you and I use every day. We are talking about the thought, and from the original thought came variations of itself on different universal levels. One of these universal levels is what we experience as our level of reality. And within this imprint is all of space and time, imprinted into the coding of creation. Many years later, we came upon research completed at the Centre for Time at the University of Sydney, a study of space-time where professors and researchers began to see the universe as a block of all things that ever happened at any time, in time and space. All things that did, are, and will happen already exist within the framework of reality. We were quite excited to read the research because this is already what we had been told by Elonias many years earlier and what our experiences had shown us. And whilst time travel in the physical sense is not accessible for most of us, mind time travel is accessible to all of us. In its findings, the study also eliminated the perceived grandfather paradox, the baseless assumption that if you travel back in time to prevent your grandfather from having your father, and therefore you will cease to exist, creating a paradox. This is an example of where we see limited thought creating boundaries because of a lack of awareness, and creating problems where there really isn't one. The new research from the Centre for Time made a proposal. If you were able to travel back to the past, and you did in fact adversely affect the history of your grandfather as you perceived it, then it was always so that you did so. The analogy is very basic, but the study came to a single and very important point. All time and space already exists. So let's take a look at the experiences we had, where a time loop, a very real time loop, was literally the difference for Diane and I between life and death. This experience was in the year 2007, and it would show Diane and I just how powerful time loops can be. After many years of constant and rigorous research, detecting energy fluctuations and reading psychic energy fields, monitoring time loops within and around our lives was not uncommon. You see, the more one researches time and space, the more one is aware of just how fluid it is. It becomes quickly apparent how much the brain and its senses are conditioned to ignore. The time loops are very subtle, but there are always signs. Deja vus are a common colloquialism, sometimes a source of wonder, but often used dismissively when one feels uncomfortable about a fairly familiar feeling that can't be easily explained. In the end, no matter what, every feeling has a cause, a source. If you experience a deja vu, you have detected something. You have to trust your inner senses. Over the years, we would usually identify a pattern or a reason. There were some occasions when time loops were associated with interdimensional life forms, but we will cover that in the paranormal section of this documentary. Deja vus can be a prophetic moment come to pass, perhaps a dream of the future you remembered when your mind journeyed forward whilst you slept. Or it can actually be a time loop, because time loops do exist, more than you realize, as small moments or patterns weaving in and out of our lives, initiatives emerging from the program to keep it running over and over, or a part of a longer loop, a lifetime even, or even longer. But deja vus are not always a sign of a time loop. The more one responds to their inner guidance and the light of awareness that all is illusion, the more you are redirected into a new pathway out of the time loop. When this occurs, deja vu is in actuality your future self reconnecting to your now, its past, to remind you that you are travelling into a new program. So you can see it is vital to know the difference. The key is to remember you are more than who you believe you are. In this experience, it was 2007. Diane and I had attended a Christmas function at the rural country town of Archie's Creek on Victoria's Bass Coast. By the time we left, it was late evening, dry and mild, perhaps around 11 p.m, when we turned out of the venue entrance and onto a dark and quiet road. It was in the country, so there were no street lamps, just dark paddocks to each side. The road was the type of access travelled by mostly locals through the day, and by night, very dark and empty indeed. We turned again onto the main road and began to make our way toward home. We could see perhaps a few 100 metres ahead. Our high beam lights reached into the night, highlighting the road before it dipped beyond view. That was the nature of the roads in the area, long and straight, but undulating gently up and down through the rolling countryside. We started to chat about the night, knowing we had a lengthy drive home, and settled into conversation. But we had only travelled perhaps a few minutes when a set of headlights appeared ahead of us, no doubt rising over the low rise in the dark. Of course, we thought nothing of it, but a few seconds went by, and Diane and I stopped talking, and we both fell very quiet. We found ourselves looking ahead at the approaching car. I remember thinking something just didn't feel right. Later, Diane would tell me she had the same feeling. The car drew closer, and the seconds seemed to slow down as I watched the approaching car. It was then I realised what was wrong. The car was on our side of the road. By the time I realised in the dark of night, we only had a few moments until we would collide. It was then it happened. As I watched the car approaching, I started to remember something about what had happened last time. Everything slowed down, and as I kept watching the car, I became starkly aware this had all happened before, and the man driving the car intended to crash into us. Sadly and without a doubt, a man intent on suicide that night. Silence engulfed me, and a stillness I cannot explain. Looking back, it was not unlike the time I drove from Parramatta when time compressed, but this time it was a lot deeper. So very quiet. I knew Diane and I had sat in the car before, faced this situation before, and we were now doing it again. We were in a time loop. I turned to look at Diane, to see her looking directly back at me. Diane looked perfectly calm as well, and we looked into each other's eyes. Without speaking, we knew what had to be done. Diane simply nodded, and I turned back toward the oncoming car, and I waited. Long moments seemed to go by, but in reality this all happened in an instant. I knew I had to wait. I remembered what happened last time, which Diane would also later verify. I would swerve onto the other side of the road away from the oncoming driver, but that would also give the oncoming driver enough time to correct his path. This time I had to wait, and I did. At the very last moment, when we were so close our entire car was lit up with the oncoming headlights, I knew it was time to swerve. I remember moving the wheel swiftly and surely, and the oncoming car shot past us with a roaring flash. No horn, no brakes, no hesitation. In the most surreal and unexpected next moment, I simply returned to the correct side of the road and kept driving. There was an air of relief, but no adrenaline, no amazed exchanges. Diane and I held each other's hand, and we remained completely quiet for a long time. When we did speak, we shared how we felt and what we knew, and it was the same in every detail. We even remembered talking about it somewhere with someone else, but unfortunately that was too hard to recall in detail. What we knew was we had entered a time loop and come out the other side in one piece. I will always remember that day, and no one will ever tell me time loops are fantasy. We survived one, and it wasn't the last. And so this is another experience that demonstrates how time, space, and reality do not behave the way they are presented to our senses. In this program, our minds exist beyond the perception of time. The perception of reality is an illusion. This is so important. Other parts of us on other levels of reality. This is called divisional consciousness. To be in touch with your higher energy, your higher mind, is humbling and uplifting. When you are aware and open to a higher level of consciousness, like a higher frequency of light, the illusion of this reality no longer has a hold on you. All is energy. Your perception and awareness can change your frequency of life completely. And with that awareness, we revisit the central point of our message. Reality is an illusion. The world is not what you think it is. In fact, to be aware of the multidimensional nature of the program of reality is to begin to understand all things paranormal and etheric. So much of our journey has taken us through the most fascinating and misunderstood areas of the human experience of life, into realms that have existed alongside us for all of time. They are a source of wonder for some and unnecessary unsureness for so many. The next section of our story covers an area that is so important to understand because our reality is multidimensional, holding many layers of life and thought. Those other dimensions impact on our everyday life more than we realize. They are the realms of life after death and interdimensional contact. They can be beautiful and they can be deceitful. This next section is about the dimensional aspect of space and time that is respected by the wise and capitalized on by the ignorant or stupid. It is the paranormal. adding the prefix para to paranormal is in itself a product of a lack of awareness. Paranormal activity is the normal function of energy within a space that interacts across multiple dimensions. When we look at our program from a greater perspective rather than a limited one, paranormal is entirely normal. And so I am going to approach the paranormal from the higher point of awareness before we explore the lower impact on consciousness. I remember so many times in the 1990s and beyond when we would be requested to attend meetings. Elonias or another energy would indicate they wanted to speak. We never knew what they wanted to say. It was always profound, joyous, and quite simply amazing. Being spoken to, however, required more than just sitting and listening. That would be far too easy. When an intelligence talks, from beyond your perception of life itself, you have to be prepared to let go of every illusion you hold on to about yourself. You have to be totally honest and as aware as you can be. Listening inwardly, challenging your deepest fears, and reaching for the most beautiful memories. To remember one is more than who one believes oneself to be requires courage and humility. Not everyone wants to let go of their personal attachments in order to view their world differently. To be free, you must be prepared to look at yourself totally and honestly. It does not mean you have to change everything, but you do have to change how you see you in order to be a part of something greater. A block of marble cannot remain a block of stone if it wants to become a beautiful statue. So much has to be carefully carved away to reveal the beauty and potential that lay beneath. So many times we laughed awkwardly as we tried to understand the true depth and vast meanings conveyed by Elonias and the others. But no matter what happened, with the greatest of love, they continued to talk so very patiently, and always without fail we would find in the weeks, months and years to follow all that was spoken of found its place. Elonias speaks with a masterful way of covering more than you can imagine and everything you couldn't. At the end of each session was always the same farewell message, and Elonias would depart and say, "I leave you with what I have most of, and that is truly love." Beyond the complexities, beyond the information, love was and is the only thing that truly exists. More than love as we know it, it is a greater love beyond singularity, for time is irrelevant and love is eternal. If you feel love in your life, without conditions or compromise, it is an aspect of a greater love, and that is what Elonias and other energies demonstrated so often when they returned and spoke of so many things. It is this love and the revelations of awareness that unfolded with every conversation that change our perception of all things. Not intellect, not knowledge alone. When you listen or read the words of Elonias, it is not just about the words or the subject. It is equally about the energy he speaks with. When you listened inwardly and heard his energy, you would never walk out of the door the same person. And this is why I will keep repeating his message to you here, because it matters. For Diane and I, it was the deep inner awareness of that love and the recognition of something so much greater that drove us on in our everyday lives to instigate everything, to never stop, to search the corners of our minds and this world for that which would allow us to complement the greater awareness with evidence and research, and to find others who may also be looking, to do our part, not just to sit back and wait for the next session, because one thing is for sure in this life, no one has tomorrow. Take nothing for granted, I tell you, and never assume anything. At this point, I would like to say, it is not easy at times to live a duality of awareness in this world, where finding a balance between inner and outer challenge many aspects of being human. But I assure you, it is the most important journey you will ever take, and the most important research you can ever do. When I first met Diane, she was also highly sought after by those seeking messages from the afterlife. Very often, Diane would lecture at the spiritualist churches, where many asked for help to understand a ghostly or paranormal experience. That was until even the spiritualist churches did not want to expand their understanding, and Diane moved forward once again. That was many years ago, clearing homes of unwanted energy, communicating messages from the afterlife and from the real, helping people sleep better at night, and helping so many understand what was happening to them in their life. This space holds so many variations of life, however illusionary. We have worked tirelessly throughout the years to understand, remove, or communicate with human and non-human energies alike. Past and present lives have also been a source of our investigation. To understand the journey of one's consciousness through the memory of many lives one inhabits within this program has brought healing, understanding, comfort and balance to so many over the years. To this day, past lives and paranormal investigation remains a highly active area of my work. This space is dimensional, and the closest of these dimensions are the etheric worlds. The worlds of life between life are realms of passage to the next experience. Thought worlds reveal one's limitations or one's expansive nature of thought, and one's own life and past journeys can be understood by the experiences they encounter. Ultimately, the etheric worlds offer reflections of truth for the individual and collective soul, to reconcile experiences towards a greater understanding. That is why some remain in the thought worlds for lengthy periods between lives, and others move through quickly to the next experience. But all is energy, and nothing is ever allowed to stand still forever. Energy always returns to a greater part of itself, a greater energy, and a greater energy beyond that. Life is an outward motion of energy. Light is an inward inversion of energy. Life is within a spiral experience originating from light and moving back to itself. This universe is composed of a structure of energy that constantly interchanges on 7 light patterns. The etheric worlds beyond life are non-physical thought worlds. In our work through the thought worlds, we have at times encountered individuals who believed they were in heaven, an all too common creative thought pattern indoctrinated in life and carried over into the afterlife. Heaven in the etheric realms is an illusion within an illusion, and everyone has a different version. The light one sees when they pass over is the light of their higher being, a source of total love, and the return from the point of creation of who one is into what one already was. I am here to tell you with the greatest of love, there is a place beyond illusion that is real. There is a love that is real where all is one again, beyond the image of the limitation of God and whether one qualifies based on rules and faith. When all is one, there is no lesser or greater, no separation at all. And so at all times in our investigations of the paranormal, we set out to investigate the things least understood. Energy and mysteries ultimately linked into unexplained experiences, ones that could provide more answers to the nature of our reality and what lay hidden from sight. Beyond the paranormal phenomenon, Hollywood or TV shows dramatize for ratings. As I say, the paranormal is to be treated with openness and excitement, but it is serious. It contains answers about things many dismiss out of fear or ignorance. The things many are told do not exist are usually told so by people who have never looked. The paranormal and the unexplained fill the pages of so many books with so many mysteries and experiences that happen regardless of what a limited mind believes or doesn't believe. And so we researched and investigated all things paranormal. We broke down illusions and belief systems to see what lay beneath and beyond. The ignorant would consider what we know to be imagination or science fiction, but for those who have had experiences with the paranormal or encounters through the night, paranormal phenomenon is real. I can tell you, when you experience a crack in reality or a time glitch, you know it. No matter how much some people try, you cannot forget. You know when you have seen something ghostly or unusual. You know when you have experienced something out of the ordinary. You have to trust your senses and not your conditioning. It is so easy for someone who did not experience what you did to say it didn't happen. And to be frank, conventional wisdom and orthodox beliefs offer no credible explanations at all. For those who have experienced lucid dreams or had an afterlife encounter, it can really shake up one's reality. After 40 years of facing the darkest to the lightest entities and energies, I can tell you there is nothing to be afraid of. Not ever. The more you are in touch with the power of your own energy and your mind, the more you are not constrained by the perceptions or limitations of this holographic reality. The more we placed our disciplined and trained awareness into an inquiry of light and truth without fear, the more we experienced and the more profound and exciting investigations became. For those who are serious about understanding the truth and not just a version of it, answers are within the understanding that the physical does not exist, only energy does. One very special experience occurred around 10 years later, when Diane and I were sitting and reviewing our research notes. An energy of such beauty entered the room where we sat. It is impossible to describe, but I will try. If you close your eyes and imagine the person you love standing right beside you, then imagine there is no physical touch, but still the feeling. That is what it is like. And as greater energies often do, they appear when you least expect it. The energy did not speak, it seemed to be listening to our level of understanding. Diane started to speak, and as she did, the energy gently moved closer. Diane shared with me how she could feel the energy softly touching her mind. She continued to talk, and as I watched, my wife's eyes changed from her normal, regular hazelnut brown to the deepest, deepest blue. I was transfixed, speechless. The energy was powerful and loving, determined. I listened, but once again to this day I cannot remember what was said. I remember feeling humbled in its presence. the energy gave me a powerful sense of complete and total love, and yet a sense of powerful determination beyond my comprehension at the time. It lasted a few minutes only, and as I watched in speechless awe, Diane's eyes began to return to their normal colour, and the energy departed. Diane was left with a feeling of a timeless presence and a sense of purpose beyond words, to locate and contact so many who were still lost here. That is the nature of communication at times from a higher source. Sometimes it speaks to you more on another level, and you don't always remember what is said. But to this day, I can still see the eyes of that energy being through Diane's. The profound experience that changed Diane's eyes to the deepest blue once again illustrated the power of how illusion can be changed by what is real. An experience showing the illusion of physical reality also occurred in the year 2000, when my physical height increased by a full 3 inches. That's a little over 7 centimetres. I am 5'9", and you just don't expect that to change, do you? Not ever. But it did. In full view of an entire group of people, and verified by measurements before, during, and after. My physical height changed, and Diane's eyes actually changed colour before my very eyes. And there are so many other experiences that show this reality to be an illusion. And so with our boundaries or belief, we found answers and answers found us. We kept searching, remembering, experiencing, listening, communicating. Not just because we had the right questions and a deeper awareness, but because we never stopped investigating. Belief systems have no place in a paranormal investigation, where trickery and deceit fool all but the most aware investigators. The paranormal is not a novelty, and never a hobby. You have to know what you are doing. There is nothing more serious about the perception of reality than when you know you are living within an illusion. So let's take a look. The paranormal is, by definition, beyond the realm of normality. How can one expect to research and understand the paranormal with normal tools and a conventional approach? No amount of running around with laser detectors, infrared cameras, thermal imaging devices and voice boxes on their own, especially when dramatized with fear, can ever lead or be expected to lead to an understanding of the paranormal. In our investigations, we have often used cameras, infrared lighting and voice recorders, but always secondary to the power of our own mind. Devices may show a reading, but only a tuned and disciplined intuitive mind can tell you what an energy has to say, or if the energy in the vicinity is deceiving you, which is very, very common. Just as there are undesirable people on this physical level, there are undesirable energies beyond it. Interdimensional entities and tricksters will routinely show up as animals, children, or popular images such as angels and loving aliens. Only clear and concise skills in energy can cut through the images and deceit to reveal the difference. If you do not know your mind, and if you do not know yourself, you are open to be easily deceived. The only way to investigate, research, and understand the paranormal is to use extrasensory perception. There is no other way. All man-made devices have limitations. The mind does not. Energy does not. By investigating the paranormal, you are dealing with an extrasensory phenomenon, and you need to use extrasensory perception. Diane was a powerful psychic her whole life, highly skilled in energy detection and interpretation. During the 1990s, I trained under my future wife to strengthen my own intuitive and paranormal sensory abilities, to learn about the deepest layers of energy within the program. Training and awareness is a very important part of the Elonias foundation of awareness, to know oneself and to understand energy. One must learn the importance of psychic clarity and strength of mind. Many will not like what I am about to say, but only a researcher with a highly intuitive mind, who is well versed and trained in energy systems and the human energy field, is qualified to research the paranormal. Energy contamination is a constant problem for amateurs or the foolhardy. Paranormal tours are grossly irresponsible when there are no energy practitioners on hand, and healers routinely contaminate unsuspecting clients. Good intentions are one thing, but the impact on someone's energy field is something else entirely. So many get lost in ego, fantasy, mind games or ratings. Energy is not a game. Over many years, Diane and I experienced and communicated with many people in spirit, some between lives, and some existing in the thought worlds that sit alongside this life plane. We have also communicated extensively with other life forms and interdimensional beings. We have been cautious with some and could talk openly and peacefully to others. There is nothing ever to fear when you know what you are. The energy of remembering will always guide you, but you have to understand the nature of time and space from a dimensional and non-linear perspective, or again, you can be fooled. Our experiences led us down the greatest rabbit hole of interdimensional space we could have ever imagined, with some amazing experiences. One experience given to us by Elonias in the mid-90s once again left us shaking our heads in wonder. Before we sat for a group discussion, Diane was told there would be something special put on one of the tapes that night. Remembering, in the early to mid-90s, there was not yet digital recording available. Elonias had said it would be to show how easily energy and information within the program can be created and removed. We had no idea what to expect. Several hours later, Elonias had spoken at length about the nature of reality and the inner mind. At the end, as the evening came to a close, Diane checked her tape to ensure it had recorded. To her complete amazement, her own voice started to play, but her voice was speaking German. Unmistakably German. Everyone was stunned. Not only could Diane not speak German, but it was standard practice within the group to always use brand new tapes, and the wrapper had only been freshly peeled off not hours before. We all sat and listened to the tape until several minutes into the recording, Diane's voice switched back to English. She immediately rewound the tape so we could all listen to it again, but the German language in Diane's voice was gone, leaving Diane's regular voice again, as if the recording had never existed. It was then Diane remembered what Elonias had said. Something would be put on a tape to show how easily energy and information within the program could be created and removed. It never happened again, as much as we wanted it to. The point had been made. Over the years, our research has taken us to many, many houses and places. Some were our own homes where energy portals had formed, others were established haunted locations, and many more were everyday residential homes where people who contacted us were having experiences they were not sure of. In most houses, we found orbs, and I want to comment on this because orbs have long been a point of contention between researchers and debunkers who know nothing. Orbs can be several things, but almost without exception, one thing they are not is dust or lightning tricks on the lens. As you will see, we have had hundreds of experiences with orbs. And to a highly tuned psychic mind, there is always a story and always a reason. Over the years, we have taken video footage of thousands of orbs, some stationary and some moving across the room horizontally at high speed, disappearing through walls, coming down through the ceilings and up through the floors. To say any of these are created by particulates in the air or dust particles carried by a phantom breeze in a closed room is naivety or a cover-up. Orbs present themselves in the majority of places just out of phase with the frequency of our vision. In our extensive investigation sessions, we have had orbs respond to our energy fields and follow our requests to move and shift location over and over. That's pretty intelligent for a dust particle or a lens reflection. And those who call them as such have no experience in the matter. So what are orbs? Orbs are the interface between a dimensional entity, a loved one who has passed, or another spirit world person, or connected to another dimensional energy interested in the location or people present. The stronger your psychic energy is, the more active orbs are likely to be. Space is a very busy place, and you can never assume orbs are there for you alone. I won't go into great depth here, as the paranormal is only one section of the entirety of this dimensional program, but it should be understood that awareness of our own energy system is required for paranormal research. If you are not aware, orbs can affect your health of energy and your state of mind. If you see an orb, you are not alone. And just as there are orbs in most places, there are also portals. Orbs, given their nature, move around constantly. Portals are stationary and open and close depending on the controlling energy requirements, meridians, grid-line intersection vortexes, psychic potential, and the charge of energy contained within memory. They open and close but do not move like orbs. This program is full of portals. They are dimensional doorways. As you can see from this photo, from when I was in France in 2012, visiting the Louvre Museum as part of an investigation project. Given portals are fixed apertures in points in space-time, when they are open, they can be easily detected if you know what you are looking for. As I passed through the Egypt exhibit in the Louvre Museum, I walked directly through it. The energy within the museum, being Egypt, was quite strong. As I walked, I was intuitively scanning the vicinity. We have to understand this is how energy works when one associates memory, energy, and thought. As soon as I detected a shift, I spun around and took this photo. As I inferred, portals can appear in response to a highly viable energy source and can manifest at vortexes with highly charged emotional and psychic energy. I suspect this portal, given the Louvre Museum's meridian location, combined with the Egypt artifacts and my own psychic energy, opened this entry point. As you can see, portals are very real. And so our research took us from the afterlife and paranormal activity through to the area of unexplained contact and UFOs. From 1995 through to 1998, we led a Melbourne-based UFO investigation group after a spate of sightings was seen over the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. Our pursuits led to being able to speak with many who witnessed the UFOs, and given the regularity of sightings over a small period of time, we also witnessed the orange lights moving silently through the sky. Our research here was into the inner dimensions of the program and led to a far greater understanding of the nature of so many UFO experiences as being from dimensions of the Earth program as well as layers of interdimensional space. During the mid-2000s, after our research and the communication from Elonias had guided us on so many pathways of discovery, and our experiences began to expand to future dimensions of reality, Diane developed a technique we call mind travel to further align the mind with what is real. Mind travel is the ability to travel inwardly with your mind into the past and future, and to view alternate timelines. For those who have heard of remote viewing, mind travel is not the same. Remote viewing is a military technique used worldwide to gather intelligence. Remote viewing relies on existing coordinates within the program and is inherently limited to the data within the program, like a map that only has what is known recorded as reference points, but nothing more. Mind travel is very different and is connected to the real. It is open to anyone with an intent based on love and a signature of sound that is able to link to what they are beyond the illusion of this world. Our experiences with mind travel have taken us through time with our minds, viewing past and future events. But most importantly, mind travel is designed to align you with the new program, and there will be more on that shortly. Next, we will move back to the cosmic scale of our universe, based on the block universe concept, and the awareness of how time loops do indeed exist. Let's proceed to take a closer look at where quantum theories and philosophy meet within the awareness that all reality is a program of thought and memory. We see glimpses every day as to the promise and hopes of success, where quantum physicists and theoretical mathematicians try and define and master a unified theory of everything. But humanity has access to so little information on its own. It is estimated that what we can see and hear is somewhere in the order of 10 billion to 1 of what actually exists. Can you imagine listening to the conversation of the universe and hearing only one word in every billion? How could we ever truly understand the universe when we rigidly stand by our intellect and limitations as a guide by which we can understand reality? Wanting to understand the meaning of the universe drives us. After all, it is the most noble pursuit to answer the question of why we are here and how does it all work. There is no denying that. But attempting to determine a view of everything without looking into the deeper relativity of multidimensional consciousness is like trying to play a game of poker with only a couple of cards in the deck, and without knowing the rules. Anyone familiar with the concept of non-locality of quantum mechanics will know it is a study of the behavior of all energy and information without a fixed reference point, at the deepest levels we can detect or observe. What is known is that through the act of observing, consciousness affects reality. What is not understood, however, is the true nature of how reality comprises of dimensions. At the turn of the 20th century, Einstein proposed and established general relativity, defining time as interwoven with space and matter, essentially illustrating time as relative and not absolute. A young David Bohm would later rise from beneath the mentorship of Einstein and develop many of the holistic ideas we see throughout the interconnectedness of reality. Unfortunately, regimented quantum mathematicians of the time, such as the Copenhagen group, rejected Bohm's notions of the interconnectedness of all things. Einstein himself made important contributions to the development of quantum mechanics, establishing a special relativity to further propose the non-linear relationships of space and time. However, even Einstein would ultimately reject Bohm's work in its fullest sense. In our extensive experience, the most significant meanings do not come from calculations, however complex and fantastic. In one of the many sessions with Elonias, he spoke about the dimensional nature of space. Another energy that spoke made it clear Einstein's formulas were incomplete because he failed to incorporate space from a parallel point of view. Bohm's questions about consciousness, love, fear and problems faced by mankind did not fit into the boxes of physicists. Bohm sought to get underneath institutional dogma to the fundamental questions of existence through his observations of the nature of reality from the inner to the outer, highlighting questions about what we don't know, not just what we think we do. This is why Bohm found great alignment and a common ground with Krishnamurti, an advocate of deeper philosophy and spiritual awareness. Whilst Bohm pushed beyond the conventions of quantum mechanics and relativistic physics, Krishnamurti opened his mind to the energy of consciousness and beyond Bohm's perception of reality. Krishnamurti had broken away from the limitations of religion and rigid belief systems as a young man, away from separation and ego. Krishnamurti advocated the ultimate truth of all life is that all is one, and fear, beliefs, and a fundamental lack of awareness forever keeps mankind separate. Krishnamurti's views sought to emphasize the one separated into the many, and the illusion of self as an individual. Bohm's views sought to grasp the concept of how the unknown manifested into what is known. He called this the implicate and explicate order. Over the many years, the energy of Elonias and others spoke to us. They spoke about what is real and what is illusion, how to view ourselves and how to view this world. Those who spoke alongside Elonias covered a vast range of information ranging from the soul and the spirit to the higher mind, the meaning of life and the energy of light, the construct of the program, and most importantly of all, how to wake up within it. Some of these topics can be read in Elonias' own words in The Journey Home. Time, space, divisional energy and dimensional reality were just some of the intricate and ongoing subjects spoken of at length by the greater energies from the 1980s through to today. The human mind typically views everything about itself as separate from everything else. But in a programmed holographic reality where all comes from the one source of light, nothing is separate. Our reality as a program was instigated by light entering a coded structure of space. It was then expanded into the divisible and dimensional reality that we experience as time and space. For this experience, some of us here are by direct consciousness transference, and others are lying down somewhere, dreaming their projected mind into this time and space reality. The difference between the two is important, but that is a story for another time. Thought and memory are the factors of imprinted information we experience as who we are and where we are. Once transferred or projected into our conscious selves, we exist as an energy of light inhabiting a human energy system. Our consciousness is always in touch with our deeper mind when we choose to let go of the illusion of separation. This is why it is so important to be aware that all is one, and separation is the illusion. Because of the impact of the corruption to this program, it fights very hard to maintain what should never have been, and keeps so much separate and full of fear. This is why love is the most important thing of all. Love is not separate, and when there is no separation, there is no fear, no illusion, no limitation. Real love is the unity of light that connects all things, far beyond the personal version of it we experience in our everyday lives. And so to this end, Bohm's observations of reality, of implicate and explicate orders, were an attempt to determine the nature of existence itself. Let's take a look at what this means in relation to what we have come to understand and experience about our reality. Without getting complex, Bohm's implicate and explicate order can be imagined like this. All energy, information, time, space, thought, and matter are interconnected and exist as energy in an encoded fashion beyond our ability to measure or observe, where everything that ever can, did, or will happen is enfolded into the deepest level of existence. This is what Bohm called the implicate order of things, the inner holistic collective of all things. The program of the universe is vast, and as humans we have only access to a fractional aspect of it. And even then, only when we observe this with our conscious awareness does it manifest and change from energy potential and information into matter, life, you and I, the passage of time and the relativity of the universe we think we see around us every day. This outer perception of the implicate order of things is what Bohm calls the explicate order. What we experience as the everyday life you and I are living right now. Sadly, Bohm passed away unexpectedly in 1992, on the brink of what he inferred was the next great evolution of his research. So let's now make an everyday comparison about the nature of a programmed reality. Let us look at the most practical example, the computer. What is the connection between a computer, a programmed reality, and the implicate and explicate order? I'll show you. Computers operate on memory. The storage systems contained within the circuitry and components of any computer system contain enormous amounts of data. Information that lies dormant in storage until it is required by the computer to be activated and become something else. The computer also has an operating system that exists beyond the data and the program itself, but is still contained within the computer. How can the program understand the computer? It can't. All it knows is itself, not the device or construct it is operating within. And so this operating system is designed, when instructed, to access the information from storage and use that information to recreate information in an entirely different form. Now let's look at the monitor of a computer, a flat plane of components, a screen, designed to receive and represent the data in certain ways, so we may experience the information in ways that make sense to us. The computer system will show different images and storylines depending on the instructions it has been given by the operating system. The program it runs will serve the purpose it was designed to perform. The monitor is a part of the interface. This is how a program works, and just as the computer monitor is the view screen of the operating system, so too are our lives the view screen of this reality. Our consciousness is the interface with which we interact with the information accessed from the deep implicate memory storage of this reality. At the deepest level, energy can be seen as quantum information enfolded in the implicate level of reality, ready to be observed in order to become a matter-based reality on the outer layer of life. To the computer, it is binary data, encoded into the random access storage areas of a computer, processed through circuitry and awaiting retrieval and presentation on the computer screen. To you and I, here in this program, the entire structure of thought and memory is encoded into the space we exist within, and just like Bohm's implicate and explicate order, our outer life is observed equal to the energy of consciousness we hold, determining what part of thought and memory we access. This is the nature of the program we live within. Is it so impossible then, when we observe the way by which our reality operates, to understand our universal reality to have been created from beings beyond it, with technology and sophistication beyond imagination? You would be considered a fool if you believed a computer with all of the systems and software just happened by chance. The computer, its framework and its screen, full of 3D representations of spaces and graphic reproductions, are artificial constructs designed to be generated within the computer by an intelligence beyond it, full of repeating patterns of a greater whole. I hope that sounds familiar. This fractal geometry can even be seen in the endless, ever-repeating mathematical patterns of complex dynamics known as the Mandelbrot set from the early 20th century. These images are wondrous and enthralling, and they give a sense of how deeply complex our reality is. The quantum and deep mathematical worlds are fantastic glimpses into the coding that stitches together our reality. Ultimately, however, our reality is no more solid than this information, no more real than a dream. It is reality filled with thought and memory, brought into reality when memory is activated, combined with a collective of other minds experiencing the same shared program. We have the world we exist in today. And so the awareness of what a program is ranges from the depths of subatomic space to the experience of everyday life. You may recall an old saying asking, when a tree falls in the woods and no one is around, does anyone hear it? It is supposed to make you sit and wonder and become either entangled in a paradoxical analysis or in a silent respect for not knowing. Sorry, but the answer is no. The memory of the tree falling is encoded into the thought and memory structure of the program. It neither falls, but nor has it not fallen, until an act of observation views it from a relative perspective. If no one is observing it in any way, it is only information encoded as potential. When it is accessed by relative thought and memory, it becomes memory activated by consciousness rather than potential. It is no different than when you watch a movie on TV. That bit of a scene that moves out of view and off the screen doesn't stay as a scene somewhere behind the television. It returns to where it came from, information stored as data. And so reality is constantly activated, equal to the consciousness we hold, the memory we engage, and the thoughts and movements we take through our lives. How would it feel to move through life without the attachment of memory? An interesting experience. I now need to bring you back to a very important point. This reality is not what it once was. After years of gradual understanding about the nature of our reality, we were told this program as it is now was never like this when it was originally designed. And, like all coding deviations away from the original, it becomes unstable over time, and parts of the program break down. It was never designed with fear and chaos. It was designed as an experience of learning. But like all programs that are not operating the way they are supposed to, if you look close enough or are in the right place at the right time, you will see the cracks. And so allow me to now share with you an experience where the program glitched right in front of my eyes. It was 2006. I was driving back from a job at a small township near the south coast area of Phillip Island, travelling back along a double-lane freeway. One of those freeways that always has light traffic, but is never particularly busy, as it connected the less populated coastal areas to the outer Melbourne suburbs through farmland. I had driven the road many, many times, and I knew every curve all too well. I approached a particular area where a local road, called Monomeath Road, intersected the highway from the right, and as I followed the freeway curve towards the northwest, I glanced across at the Monomeath Road entrance, then fixed my eyes back onto the road. I was driving in that relaxed, quiet state of mind where you think about everything and nothing at once, as you do when driving long distances. It was then I noticed something quite strange on the far right side of the freeway, beyond the oncoming opposite lanes. In front of me, the freeway was about to curve to the left. A short distance away, directly in front but on the other side, was a row of trees. Now I had seen these trees hundreds of times before, as I approached the same bend on the same commute. Except this time, one of the trees was cut off, in the strangest straight and horizontal line. It just seemed to have been severed off at the top of the tree, branches and all. I glanced around at the rest of the trees, but they all looked normal. I did a mental shrug, thinking perhaps someone must have cut it off for a good reason, and was just about to turn away when, like a bolt out of the blue, I saw the top of the tree instantly reappear. I almost felt the pop as it was suddenly there again, back into existence. I just stared at it for as long as I could, and I even slowed down as much as I could on a freeway until I rounded the bend. There was nowhere to stop, so I kept driving. The next day, and every other day since, I approached that tree line, and I watched and watched, but it never happened again. In my life, I have spent many of my earlier years as a computer systems technician, and with 13 years at that point listening to Elonias speak about reality as a program, I knew what I had seen. It was a lag in the program. Just like a computer sometimes doesn't quite run as fast as it should, and it lags. I saw a glitch in the program where there was a momentary delay in the rate at which the program was able to refresh and update the information that in this case was the treetop. Why a straight line? Given my background in programming and computer systems, I also know program systems store memory in sequences of bytes and blocks of data, whether they be computers, televisions, phones, memory storage. It is all data stored in blocks. The straight line appeared to be the edge of a block of data, separated from the next block. The pixels making up the top of the tree, not yet updated to fill in the gap and join the rest of the image below. Elonias speaks about this program we live in as a recreation. It is recreated because it is no longer in its original form, and has been run and rerun many times. This is one of the more common causes of déjà vu, repeating patterns recognized by the consciousness at a deeper level that reach up and touch our everyday lives in subtle and sometimes not so subtle ways. Elonias revealed to us, just like a program as we understand it, the universal program contains information and coding of divisional thought and memory, and in the same way the program in our personal computers can be corrupted, the program of our reality is no longer the same as its original state. When a change to coding happens, a program no longer acts the way it should. Sometimes it is noticeable, and sometimes it is not. Every year, there are millions of people who experience unexplained phenomenon and unusual events. Unfortunately, So many find it so easy to discredit or dismiss what they do not understand. Those who witness and experience unusual or unexplained events may not understand what happened, but they sure know something did. Minor everyday events, such as misplacing an item that turns up somewhere completely impossible or random, to something more substantial like paranormal contact or time variations. So many people have no one to turn to understand a glitch in their reality. In order to properly understand paranormal activities, our past 15 years has been largely focused on experiences that take us deeper into the dimensional space. And as we continued to research, we found a profound experiment first revealed in October 2010 that proved the universe is a simulation. That's right, and you've probably never heard of it. In March 2007, a scientific paper was published on yet another peer-reviewed repository, archive, for emerging technology. The paper was titled Observation of the GZK Cutoff by the High-Res Experiment, or more commonly known in editorials that followed as the measurement that reveals the universe to be a computer simulation. It was an experiment conducted at the most fundamental level of the universe. These experiments, conducted at sizes of only 100,000 billionth of a meter across, forced scientists to consider our entire cosmos could be running on a vastly powerful computer. In order to create a simulation for an experiment involving how subatomic energy behaves, physicists had to create a discrete three-dimensional lattice to represent the continuous environment of space and time. Subatomic energy is all energy that exists within and beyond what we perceive as matter and connects all things and all times. The problem with the simulation, however, is that it is not real. And because it is not real, and is only pretending to be reality, it has a fundamental limit on the energy that its simulated particles can have. The three-dimensional lattice should not be able to accurately represent reality at the smallest dimension of space. In essence, anything created has upper and lower limits because it is a created reality. This is called the GZK cutoff, named after its founders. Reality, on the other hand, should have no such limitations because it should be real. However, when physicists studied particles at the subatomic level in our actual universe, the GZK cutoff is exactly what was found when cosmic ray particles interacted with cosmic microwave background energy. Of course, the advanced quantum physics behind this are complex, so let's simplify it. At the tiniest subatomic level, the result was this. Cosmic rays in our universe should travel relatively uniformly in all directions. But they don't. The cosmic rays in the universe we live in actually travel along the axis of a lattice structure. If this universe was real, they would not travel in this fashion. This also means, at the most fundamental level of reality of the universe, information or energy moves in a limited way, similar to how a virtual reality or computer monitor functions to give us our perception of reality. On the computer view screen, beyond a certain resolution, there are no smaller pixels or spaces. Our reality is the same. At the tiniest level imaginable, the level at which a universe operates, our universe functions like a computer. The GZK cutoff limit shows our reality behaves exactly like a computer simulation. From the early 1990s through to the late 2000s, the energy of Elonias continued to bring great revelations and indeed experiences of our reality and ourselves into view. I cannot stress highly enough, the core message by these great beings is not about educating our brains about the fundamentals of reality alone, even though it has formed an integral part of our awareness. Beyond it all, the main message has always been the PowerPoint of the need to remember we are more than who we believe we are, and to understand the illusion of this reality, the illusion of planet Earth. This is not our home. The message of love is a beacon of light to stimulate the beauty of where we all come from. The message of love remains the most important message of all. This is a mission to wake up those who do not belong here. And we cannot ignore fundamental evidence that shows this world is not what life itself keeps telling us it is. Diane and I have had the privilege of meeting and helping so many people who have had experiences they did not understand. Perhaps you feel a stirring inside from some of the things I have been asked to tell you. Perhaps you feel you have had experiences even though you can't remember them. That is what this is all about, detaching from the belief this reality is real, waking up from the awareness from deep inside of who you really are, discovering real memories of where you come from, because they are accessible. The work I do is to help uncover real memories, using the mind travel technique. The energy of Elonias and other energies that are here to help us awaken stand right beside us, helping us find the gateway in our mind that will lead us home, because for some it has been so very long since they were awake. It is when you have experiences such as the one I'm about to share with you, back in 1996, when I was first beginning my journey with Diane, that you will see what I mean. As you will recall, my Impossible Universe experience occurred not long before I met Diane in 1993. I relocated across the city so I could be closer to Diane's workshops and the discussion groups I was attending. I came to live with friends in the southeastern Melbourne suburb now known as Wheelers Hill. That was nearly 30 years ago. I remember it being a mild afternoon, a clear sunny day. I remember stepping out of the front door of the house to check the mail, and I walked down the few steps onto the grass. The front yard was small, perhaps 20 or 30 feet across, before a sparse circle of trees enclosed the front yard from the street. I had not taken more than several steps across the grass when the wind picked up. One of the low-hanging branches to my left hung over the driveway, and because it hung low and blew around in the wind against the light blue sky, it caught my attention. I stopped, and as I looked at the branch, my eyes focused in on the leaves that were rustling around nearest to where I stood. But where I should have seen leaves, I saw computer code. Strange symbols I still find hard to describe to this very day. Like numbers, binary code and characters I did not recognize, all mixed together, all tumbling vertically downward, falling over each other like a cascading waterfall of glyphs. I could see them clearly, but they tumbled out of view, replaced by others very quickly. Now remember, this was 1996. I had never seen anything even remotely like this before, and the movie The Matrix, which made the appearance of vertical cascading code famous, was not released until 3 years later in 1999. I stood and watched the code for no less than 20 to 30 seconds, It was mesmerizing and confusing all at once. The way you look at something in total disbelief, but acceptance at the same time because you are watching it. I kept watching until I began to see the leaves fade into the code. After that, within moments, I could see only leaves again. What I had seen at the time I could only describe as the coding behind matter. Why I had seen it, I could not say. But I do remember that whilst I was watching the code tumble and fall, I was not aware of anything else. No sound, no wind, no other movement. It felt as if I had consciously moved out of phase with my usual physical reality and entered somewhere deeper where my mind was able to filter code into my brain instead of the outer vision of leaves. It was simply incredible. When we take a deeper journey into the evidence that supports the communication by Elonias, we start to see examples of his message everywhere. In the years to follow, we saw constant evidence arising through our research, revealing the function of what we knew to be a program. The holographic model of the universe is widely accepted by many leading physicists, and yet it is still not discussed openly in everyday schools, news, or life itself, undoubtedly for fear of its implications and ramifications. But this message is not for everyone, and there is nothing to fear. If you were in a dream that would not end, wouldn't you want to wake up? You have been asleep for too long, and the real is waiting for you. Waking up to the illusion of this reality is the most wonderful experience I could ever wish for anyone. Some, however, can find it disconcerting at first, but I ask you, would you rather be asleep? When one wakes up to illusion, one begins to see the workings of the program in everyday life. Perhaps the most compelling nature of the holographic model is the nature of a hologram itself, which reflects the greater and the lesser of all things. Where one fractional aspect of a hologram contains the information of the whole. Patterns repeat themselves in precise mathematical ways and in our lives. We see reflections of this in ratios and formulas such as the Fibonacci sequence and the mathematics of pi. But there is no greater representation of the nature of a program than in the clearly illustrated, ever-repeating, formulated, and never-changing nature of fractals. I want to talk about patterns because they are a very important part of recognizing whether you are in a time loop or have taken a new pathway away from the past. The patterns you observe in your life are your greatest indicator of your pathway. A fractal is a geometric figure in which each part has the same statistical character as the whole. It is a never-ending pattern. They are created by repeating a simple process over and over again. Fractals are used in modelling structures in which simple patterns reoccur at progressively smaller scales. They describe phenomena like crystal growth, fluid turbulence, and galaxy formation. When we look back at the GZK cutoff experiment and the similarities between Bohm's explicate and implicate order of things and a computer system, it is not surprising that fractals also have applications in computer graphics and animation. If we truly begin to understand the powerful awareness given by the greater energies that have spoken, we realize how this is reflected in the holographic and fractal nature of our reality. Just as we see complex geometry and intricate mathematics in the deeper implicate order of reality, we should also expect to see simplistic versions of these very same formulas and fractal patterns in our everyday lives. But what would these look like? They would be all around us, hidden in plain sight, forming the very nature of our everyday lives without us even being aware. They would be so obvious we would immediately dismiss them because they seemed so normal and familiar. But why? Why would they seem that way? Why do numbers, music, mathematics, the days of the week, months and years, seasons, oceans, continents, even cosmology, all display repeating number patterns? Does the fundamental shape of a triangle also manifest in a common adage across the world that things happen in threes? Why is it said there are 6 degrees of separation between every single human being on Earth when our dimensional reality is best represented as a cube with 6 sides covering all possible directions relative to the source? Why are there 88 constellations in the night sky, and one of the most famous constellations of all, the Orion constellation, has 88 stars? On its own, it may appear as coincidence, but the deeper you dig, the more patterns you find. Why is it the 3rd largest constellation in the night sky, Ursa Major, contains the star pattern called the Big Dipper, containing 7 stars, and the Little Dipper, the brightest star of the Ursa Minor constellation, is also made up of 7 stars, and reflects the very same shape both in actual cosmology and mythical ideology? We must consider the nature of fractal reality where there are no exceptions. Ursa Minor is a smaller fractal example of its larger counterpart, Ursa Major. There are no coincidences, remember that. There are only patterns. And if we look again at one of the nearest star clusters to Earth, we have the Pleiades, again 7 stars. The odds against these occurring randomly are nonsense, and impossible even by the standards of quantum mechanics. The very same laws that allow you to have a cup of coffee in the morning determine your reality to be false. I encourage you to not accept anything as just the way it is. In addition to cosmology, have you ever wondered why we have 7 days of the week? Why we have an ancient reference to the 7 seas? Why there are 7 major continents? And why, as part of our perception of reality, we see 7 colours in a rainbow or through a prism? The energy body has 7 chakras, and a byte of computer code counts its bits from 0 to 7. Why do we default to 7 wonders of the world when there are so many more? It would be so easy to simply dismiss or justify such things, but the deeper we look, the wider we look, the more we see. Even if we shrugged it all off as history, ancient civilizations, stars, moons, months and seasons, superstition, religion and more. Why? Why did the creative minds of the people and cultures who gave us these legacies think the way they did? Why has it become history? Why indeed? Because consciousness and outer reality are parts of each other in a holographic, fractal base reality, based on patterns and levels of energy throughout all of time. And perhaps the most important reference of this modern era of the value of 7 is in the one you use every day, probably without even knowing it. It might be in your hand right now, or sitting in front of you on a desk. It is your computer device, your phone, your TV or your tablet, and it is called the OSI model. The OSI model is the basis for all computer technology to function as a device we can use in our everyday life. The OSI model sees 7 specific layers of operations and interactions that make the technology of today possible. From the atomic basis of electricity through to computer code and ultimately the user interface. 7 layers. Again. Of course, 7 is not the only repeating pattern. Far from it. One of the most brilliant human minds humanity has ever had the privilege to embrace is Nikola Tesla, the man responsible for virtually the entire emergence of electricity and electronic communications technology we use today. Tesla is famously quoted as saying, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, you would have the key to the universe." He observed what he called divine codes, some of the most crucial behaviors of the program of life and energy, all mathematical, all geometric, all formulated, all part of a program. And so, number and geometry patterns intersect with your life and your reality every day in so many ways. They form the basis for our consciousness, our relationships, our energy, and our experiences. Truth can be observed when one's mind is open. A closed mind rejects first without becoming aware of the question. The more you open your mind and the more you look, the more you realize even references such as 777 and 666 have a far different meaning than the vague ideologies and fear-based narratives construed by religion. Even the repeating patterns found within our own chromosomal DNA pattern are also found within the time coordinates of so many historical aspects of life, from history through to numerology. Throughout our physical world, the everyday practical components of our life, science, cosmology, technology, navigation, theology, and mythology, they all share the common principles of number sequences. They all share the permutations of code or the conversion of fact to fiction, whether it be the congruent observations of what is considered to be the natural world or our own scientific formulas we create to understand it. All are parts of the whole system, lesser formulas in a greater whole. So it is too easy to dismiss these as coincidence. These patterns are not simply just the way it is, or the way it has always been. Number sequences should not occur at all in a natural state. They can only occur in an environment governed by artificial values and equations to control them. They are evidence of our existence within a program, because programs follow formulas and coding mechanisms. When placed into a holographic environment, these mechanisms reflect the whole into each of its parts. I say to you, if you never take the opportunity to take a new look at your reality and at yourself, then your perception of reality will never ever change. To make a conscious shift of awareness is to allow a new program of awareness to come into view within you. After what we have just seen, you may not now be surprised with the next example of a program reality representing itself through our everyday life. It is one of the most fundamental methods of understanding shapes and their relationships that make up our world. It is called Euclidean geometry. You may not recognize the name, but you most certainly will have seen it in school or may use it at work. It has been an everyday reality for over 2,000 years. Euclidean geometry is a system of plane geometry that follows mathematical relationships to create the solid geometry of 3 dimensions. Euclidean geometry determines relationships that lead to the everyday mathematics known as algebra and number theory, as well as those applied in the formulas of the physics of relativity. So what does Euclidean geometry, physics, and quantum mechanics have in common? Many would answer They all show an intelligent system. But that would be wrong. The correct answer is just a little different. What they all show is a highly coordinated system based upon coding and formulas that is not in itself an intelligent system, but rather one that was created by something intelligent. This is an important distinction that gives credit not to the reality itself, but to what is real beyond it. It isn't divine creation. It is a program reality based on light and information, with deliberate coding function. As we discovered earlier, a computer can never be aware of its creator. The original program on which our reality is based was created by those from beyond it. And if you are still with me, then I hope something inside you is waking up to the fact you do not belong here. No one who is real belongs here. And if you are questioning at this point why it is not possible that some kind of God has created all of this, creating all of the mathematical and intricate wonders of fractal geometry, consciousness, the etheric dimensions, and timeless space, stay with me and I'll show you. Our research has taken us from the cosmic to the fundamental, and yet it is all one and the same. Elonias has spoken many times about the relationship of the energy of all things. As above, so below. This allows us to view the true value of energy within all things, and within ourselves. What we see in the greater, so shall we see reflected in the lesser. Even the oldest symbols and mathematical relationships on the planet and within human cultures share a striking precision of numbers and geometry. We see repeating patterns of universal design reflected in the unparalleled precision from the Great Pyramids to computer bytes to chords of music. But within the illusion of this reality, all is illusion, not just some of it. This next section will be controversial to many, involving the wonders of design that depicts the very essence of the belief systems of many religions, the Tetragrammaton. Commonly identified as this symbol and loosely pronounced Yahweh. It is long held to represent the unspeakable name of God, containing numerical derivatives of 12, 42, and 72 numbers, comprising its full value. But when we really look at the structure of reality, we see the references to 12, 42, 72, 144, 666, 777, 33, and beyond as all having fractal relationships to the whole. These fractal relationships in the program of creation are totally misunderstood when reduced to simplistic ideologies about an impossible creation or an absent God, in a world that just continues to deteriorate around us. Yahweh is not a name at all, it is a coding formula of light. Humanity's need to identify a personified image onto what they do not understand is understandable, but inaccurate. We all need love and we all need to believe in something greater, but this symbol is not the name of a god or any god, just as 666 is not the number of a devil. These are coding alignments to the opposing formulas of a creation program, revealing itself through number frequencies, the same way a sine wave dips into the positive and the negative and back to the center. Light filling life as a unifying factor of the energy of the one of all things. Number sequences that make sense when aligned to a greater whole, but not when ascribed to a single creator. But whilst God is a limited concept, light is not. Love is not. The power of what is real beyond the image of creation is not. In the beginning I said to you, the key to understanding the illusion of reality was awareness and experience. What I share is a result of communication from beyond this program. Deep inner experiences and powerful memories, relentless outward investigation, observation, pattern identification, logic and common sense. At this point, if I were you, I would perhaps be asking about the real. And I would answer you by saying, I have seen the real for myself many times. The first time I viewed the real was an experience I will always remember. The night of my birthday in 1997, when I was still a young man. I had moved to the hills east of Melbourne, out of the suburban sprawl. It was a night of festivity, laughter, good food and good company. A relaxing celebration with friends. Dinner was over and the usual thing happened. Several conversations broke out amongst the gathering of friends and it grew louder over time. The night was soon upon us, and I stepped outside onto the balcony that looked west across the trees, and wandered my gaze through the night sky at the stars and nebulae. There was no moon that night, so it was all very clear. I looked deeply into the night, and I wondered about so many things. My strongest thought was why I was so enthralled by the cosmos. More than just astronomy, it was something I knew. A longing, nostalgic feelings I could not explain, and yet had been with me my whole life. I remember what happened next like it was yesterday. I remembered asking myself if something had heard my thoughts, because the view of the night sky I was peering into began to shift. It was as if the constellations and the night sky itself were drawing me in. I did not feel like I was moving, I just felt everything was changing. The stars I had been watching started to phase out of view and were replaced with the view of stars in space I have never known. It felt alive. I could feel the stars. They were not the same stars. I recognized nothing, and yet everything was so familiar. The positions of the constellations were all different. If you can imagine what it would be like to look out at stars and to feel at one with what you saw, to feel their beauty, to hear a sound, to feel their energy. It was as if I had been looking at a picture of them my whole life, and now I had just stepped into the real thing. It was so vivid, trying to take it all in. I knew without a doubt I was experiencing a connection to what was real beyond my life, beyond all life, beyond the stars, beyond anything I had seen before. And just like so many other experiences we have had over the years, it started to recede. And soon enough I was left standing on the balcony, emotional, speechless, and so very aware, in shock. Whilst I had left the vivid experience behind me, I also now carried it with me, like an imprint of what is real within illusion. The experiences we have had showed me the impossible universe. They showed Diane how illusionary and limited this reality is. The way reality does not operate the way our senses are taught to believe it does. Elonias and the others have shown us the power of awakening to what is real over and over. One of the most compelling and controversial subjects of recent years amongst researchers who are searching for the true nature of the Earth is the question, is it round or flat? The heliocentric model of Earth versus the flat Earth concept. In 2016, Diane and I first came across the research regarding the flat Earth. By this time, we had known for over 15 years we were living in an artificial construct, a program of light creating life. The concept of Earth being experienced as flat was certainly of interest. Nothing would change the reality of this Earth being an elaborate illusion within a program, but what was the evidence and what did it have to say about the nature of our reality? We reviewed the flat Earth research for some time. The overwhelming evidence was compelling, and it aligned to the functional nature of a program. In fact, many of the arguments against the flat Earth were attempting to use flawed assumptions of their own to validate the heliocentric model. For us, we looked at it based on years of communication and experiences. Information alone is not enough to understand reality when it only comes from what is within the program. Since the 1980s, Elonias had explained in great detail we are living in an illusion, and in the most recent years of contact and research, why. Whether this planet is created to appear as a heliocentric or flat model was simply a matter of perspective and observation. Our information and experiences reveal the Earth as not a molten ball of rock spinning through an endless sky at all. The more we researched the evidence, the more the flat Earth research observed flaws and functions of relativity that matched our level of awareness. But let us go deeper than what is observed on the surface. It soon became clear there are two main beliefs supporting the flat Earth model. The most prominent view of a flat Earth reveals and substantially demonstrates the nature of the Earth as being central to the stars, completely flat with no curvature, and not at all orbiting a sun within a galaxy. Beyond that realization, it seemed unclear where the Earth actually is or how it came to be. The other belief falls into the category of the flat Earth being evidence of the Earth being a creation of God and existing beneath the domed firmament as depicted in ancient and modern biblical texts. I have said throughout this entire documentary we exist inside a program. I have shared powerful experiences to support this and will share more as the documentary continues. But the question remains, is the heliocentric model of reality correct? Or if the flat Earth model is correct, which belief is accurate? From the greater to the lesser, we must always remember we exist inside a program, an imagery of existence based on recreated thought and memory. Remember the computer monitor. Information is reconstructed through observation. This program does operate as a flat plane, and the evidence of a flat Earth is undeniable, but that reality is only a representation within a sophisticated artificial system. The flat Earth experience is the result of the function of reality we are given to experience and approximate what it was like on planet Earth long ago. It is a program activated on multiple dimensions, layers, grid systems, a time delay mechanism through the consciousness. The edges of this Earth cross over into other dimensions of reality. It is as simple as that. We experience the flat plane of reality as a product of coding reflecting the layered construct of dimensional space. We look into the stars and we think we see far distant galaxies and nebulae, but let us go back to the analogy of the box. Stars and planets are a reproduction of memory on a backdrop of space. In the same way our computer screen can generate an image of a flat plane, this is the manifested reality we are presented with as Earth. The heliocentric model is the ingrained instruction of perception and information we are programmed to believe in order to make the experience real. Whilst research evidences the Earth to appear flat, and whilst the embedded information in the database of memory tells us Earth is a ball, they are both wrong. The Earth is not a lonely planet spinning through an endless sky, and nor is it a round, flat disk. There is no firmament, there is only an end to the program designed to look like infinity. Remember what I said. View this from outside the box. Earth is a program contained within a cubed structure where space and time and dimensions exist and interact as what we experience every day as life. Listen to what I am saying. Illusion can easily become one's reality if one loses perspective on what is real. Do not simply accept one choice or another. Be aware and remember, all of it is illusion. A question that has to arise out of becoming aware of the illusion of reality has to be whether we can remember what is real. Can we actually remember where we came from before we came to be here? Yes, you can, and we have, and I do. The single most important part to all of this is what you are before you came here, before you took on the memory imprint, the illusion of who you are. You see, you can never truly forget anything. That's the wonderful thing. Nothing is ever truly forgotten. When you entered the program, you did not lose the memories of what you are or have them taken away. You were entered into the memory shell of a program character that has become your identification of thought and memory, a character in a program. It is like being an actor and taking to the stage. You take on a persona based on the script that is written, the costume, the illusion of history and the fictional backstory of the character's life. Whilst you are on stage, the character's well-being and integrity are essential, but you are still playing a character. The nature of the character does not ever change the real identity of the actor within. That is how you must see yourself, because by waking up, the illusion of reality must be balanced with your life. You must become a duality, what you are within who you are. Light within life. You may ask, how is this possible when I don't remember anything, or everything around seems so insurmountable, confusing, or even frightening? The answer starts with being quiet within, to be so very aware of what you are, and to remember you are more than who you believe you are, and to put love into everything you do. You don't need to be afraid. The memories of who you believe you are, and every experience of everything you have ever done in this life or previous lives, are a part of your journey here. Beyond that, I need to also explain something. Some of us here are human, and some of us are not human. That is the simple truth. And so memories will differ. In the end, it simply does not matter as long as you wake up. There is no greater or lesser. There is no wrong or right. There is only the remembering of what you are. Let me give you an example. In 2010, Diane and I were retiring to bed, deep in discussion about the meditation techniques we had been working on for some of the new programs Diane was writing. It was an exciting discussion about creating experiences that allows one's mind to travel beyond its physical consciousness. As we got into bed, we sat upright against the headboard, propped up with pillows, and chatted away. After just a little while, Diane stopped talking. I have just had a vision, she said, and I am still having it. I am in both places at once. I asked Diane what it was, and she described it without hesitation. She was walking along an air bridge, the kind you walk on when boarding a plane, but this one was in space. The top half of the bridge was clear, and she could see the space beyond to the most magnificent display of stars she had ever seen. As she described it, her eyes were alight with wonder and awe. Diane continued to describe it to me. The walkway led straight forward at a slight downward angle, spanning a long distance. The entire area beside the space bridge was a gigantic space station. It was so vast, Diane said she could not see the edges. It was light in colour against the starry space behind, with many transparent decks, one atop the other, as she looked across and up its external structure. Diane described it as luminous before continuing. She could see large starships docking into areas of the space station, slowly coming to rest, hundreds of them. I was listening intently, trying to commit everything to memory, when I felt a little dizzy, like I was shifting somewhere. And quite suddenly, I could see it too. And it wasn't my imagination. We were sharing some kind of psychic link, sharing the same memory, the same experience, and I could see it like a TV screen. I could see the ships, the space station, the rampway before me, everything. I must have let out a gasp because Diane asked me what was wrong. I told her. She then asked me several questions about it all in rapid succession, and I answered each one. Diane confirmed it was the same as she was experiencing. She then said she knew what was going to happen next and asked me if I did too. I did, and I told her we were going to walk down the rampway and it would bend to the left, then end at a junction, then we needed to turn right. I laughed as Diane let out a wow that meant it was exactly the same. We cross-checked again. In our line of investigation and research, it was standard practice to recheck and expand on visions in order to verify our experiences. But this experience was not a vision. It was a memory from where we came from beyond here. And in a staggering sense of recognition, it felt like we were only there a moment ago. Diane and I followed each other's commentary, explaining and cross-checking the memory every step of the way. Finally, we got to a door that slid open to the left, and we stepped into a large area that could only be described as a bridge or command area. An enormous window faced the stars with a clear view of space and beyond. At this point, Diane suggested we write our observations down and compare notes afterwards. We did just that, and they also matched. This memory has never left me, and it is one of the many experiences Diane and I had as we remember the real from beyond this program. Remembering this experience is really no different than when you go through your everyday life and a dream breaks through, except this time, here, we were dreaming and reality broke through. I know which one I prefer. We are nearing the end of the documentary, and I promise you, the end of the illusion of reality is only the beginning of the real. I have said so often now, we live in an old program, an illusion. So what about the new one? One that gives us back our real identity, that gives us freedom, awareness, real memories and new choices. Let's take a look. To do that, let's briefly return to the quantum world. It is important at this point to look at where thought and memory combine as a structure of energy. As we know, energy contains information, but what if all the information is old? quantum mechanics study the behavior of energy in the form of waves that, when observed, turn into particles and therefore manifest into a matter reality. A field of energy potential becomes a particle. This was famously realized in the double slit experiment, the experiment that showed scientists energy and matter display characteristics of both waves and particles. The experiment looks at the probable outcome of wave function as it manifests in the world of matter. This is, once again, what Bohm called the explicate order unfolding out of the implicate order. Elonias described this as encoded thought and memory within space, light entering from the greater mind and forming program possibilities. The double-slit experiment brings us back to the nature of observation. But how do we regain choice and free will in a program that has limited possibilities? In short, how do we find new choices within a finite program? And as I promised earlier, that is what this documentary is all about. Your entry into a new program through the gateway of your mind. Bohm was able to prove the predictable pathway of energy as it formed into probable pathways. In the same way, we can look at this diagram as a representation of your life and all life everywhere. The energy of potential passing through the point of subconscious and conscious thought, then activating actuality out of a range of possibilities and probabilities. Thought and energy, magnetic alignment, program reality. To our conscious everyday experience, we feel we have choices, but in a program like this, in reality, we do not. Well, not yet. Stay with me. In order to understand something new, one has to firstly comprehend the experience of what is old. Otherwise, you cannot recognize something as new and bypass the old. You have to know and feel the difference. You have to remember the difference. This is why I am going to such great lengths to disclose the illusion of reality in deeply contemporary ways, as well as levels of deep inner awareness. We have to understand why a new program is required. Our story is like that. We have explored so much of what reality isn't, so we can start to view what it is and begin to wake up to what is real. Over time, as we continue to become aware of how the illusion of our reality was all around us, and what we truly are is inside us, we were given information about what Elonias called the new program. This is the missing piece. Putting the complexities of time and space aside for a moment, remember, the truth is simple. Beyond the complexity. And simply put, those who created the original program from the real have established a new program within the structure of this space. A new program for you to connect to, for all energies, human and non-human, who are existing in the illusion of this reality. It is time to wake up and start your journey home. Waking up does not mean disappearing from this reality. Waking up means living your life as who you are and what you are in one point. All that you are existing in one point of total awareness. The inner flame. It means to align to who you really are beyond the illusion of memory. To remember you are more than who you believe you are. And when the natural cycle of life is completed and the program of one's physical life has come to its natural end, and not before, you will complete your journey home. Because of the new program, those who are real can make new choices to align to a new program. You have free will back again. You can begin your pathway home whilst you are still living within this reality as you. You can reclaim your real self. This is a powerful point I am making, and I have saved one of the most dramatic experiences Diane and I ever had until last. It was one of the most physically real experiences we ever had, and yet it is not a form of contact. It was an experience that showed Diane and I how a new program is activated to shift you into a reality filled with new opportunity and awareness. This experience is so important because it will show you how real what I am saying actually is. We both experienced this event together in a public place. It physically changed our lives and set in motion a greater range of changes that began to unfold over the next several years. Let me share what happened. I can tell you the most profound experiences are often when and where you least expect them, in the most unlikely places. In 2012, Diane and I lived in the outer eastern suburb of Berwick. We had simply finished our grocery shopping at the local supermarket and were standing at a register waiting for the customer in front of us to finish being served so we could go through the checkout. It was a busy day and all of the open registers were in use. The customer in front of us had a large amount of shopping, so we were just waiting our turn. I was holding the shopping trolley and Diane was standing in front, waiting for the chance to start to unload. As the minutes passed, I noticed Diane reach down and select a magazine from the magazine rack directly in front of me, a series of shelves built into the end of the register. I watched Diane start to leaf through the pages of the magazine, waiting for the time to pass. I even looked over the rest of the rack myself to see if there was anything I could read, but I didn't see anything of interest. I remember looking along the registers to my right, just idly waiting for time to pass. It was then I heard Diane call my name, and she said it with such alarm I turned back quickly to see her just staring at me. At first I didn't realize what was happening. Diane was still holding the magazine in her hands and just staring at me, her eyes wide. Her mouth was open with amazement. But before I could ask what was wrong, Diane spoke. "Where did I get this magazine from?" she asked. I was confused by the question, but I started to answer and pointed towards the magazine rack. I started to say, "You got it from just there," but I couldn't speak another word. The magazine rack was gone. I looked back at my wife with the same wide eyes. Where the magazine rack had been was a confectionery stand, built into the end of the register just as a magazine rack was moments ago. I was stunned. Diane turned around quickly and looked down to our left, called my name again, and pointed. 2 registers down was the magazine rack and the checkout we had just been standing at only moments before. Diane and I stood totally still and began to observe other changes. The lady who had been standing directly in front of us and the checkout attendant were both now standing at the other location, perhaps 15 feet away, 2 registers down. What's more, the attendant had a noticeably shorter hairstyle, cut around her shoulder line where before it had been quite long. In front of us, at the register we now stood at with the confectionery stand, was a completely different attendant and customer we had never seen before. At times like these, we had learned it is better to just move through the experience and observe. You will always learn more that way. Diane took a breath and walked tentatively over to the other register and put the magazine back, then returned to where I was standing. It was then our turn to go through the register, and we made our way through and out to the car. As soon as we sat down, we discussed and recorded the experience in detail. We had both experienced the same reality shift independently and verified the other's observations. It was as exciting as it was unnerving. It was tangible, so absolutely real. We had crossed a barrier to another possibility. No one else seemed to have even noticed, which means they all belonged to the relativity of the dimension we had crossed over into. This was a different parallel timeline. After arriving home, which was only a few short minutes' drive away, we discussed it again and decided to wait and watch. If we had crossed over to another reality, we may or may not see obvious signs of it. We did not have to wait long. That very next day, I had a lunch meeting with a colleague I was in early discussions with about 2 collaborative work projects. As we began to talk about the first one, everything was the same. I noticed no changes. But when I brought up the second project, my colleague had no clue who or what I was talking about. He was quite confused. He had never heard of the associate I remembered we had been talking about for weeks. Consequently, the first opportunity then failed to eventuate due to a sudden change in the client's circumstances, and I never saw my colleague again. The relativity of the previous reality separated from where we were now, and whilst we shared parts of the same relative past, our futures were altered forever. This experience showed us how physically real the power of the real is in this program, and how tangible a new program is. So very often, Diane and I would wake up, and we would be aware something had changed. We would feel it. Sometimes our dreams would verify our feelings, sometimes not. But never before had we had an experience such as this. But it was not the last one, and to this day they still occur from time to time along the pathway home. One thing I will mention, however, is this. The most powerful energy of connection is love. The new program brings new opportunities and removes the ones that would never have worked. Love is a constant. The new program is about joy and discovery, and about what will enhance your journey. As someone who has had the privilege and great honour of hearing great beings speak through a very special lady for over 27 years, I now have the great honour of being the caretaker of the Elonias Foundation. When I was instructed to prepare this documentary, I knew it would be to continue the movement of awareness Diane worked so tirelessly to define and share. I have said throughout this documentary, the truth is always simple. We don't need formulas to know who to love and how to be kind. We do not need geometry, equations, or religious dogma to know what is right for us and how to be united in spirit. We each have a sound of awareness within, and that sound will take you home. You just need to listen and remember. What went wrong in this place to make so many forget is over. The new program is in place, and the gateway of your mind is ready to be opened to allow you to see and travel beyond anything you thought possible. Those greater had to enter the illusion because the program was not allowing all who are asleep or downloaded to awaken from its grip. It is as simple as that, because ignorance is not bliss. And as part of a greater plan, Diane and I have travelled into the past and the future, seen many things. We have travelled into parallel futures, viewed alternate worlds and thought worlds. We have seen people freed from closed realities, communicated with other life forms, some whom had never seen a human before. This reality is not just about humanity. And so, as Elonias asked us to do so many times in the earlier years, I ask you to look at everything you think you know in reverse. Start to look at everything around you and within you from a greater perspective. And by the time you get down to the smallest level here where you and I exist, I promise you, everything has its place. This world, a multi-dimensional program, has varying time frames and layered realities, all composed from a source of light patterns from a greater mind. We are the result of it, and so we cannot see it with our eyes, but our intuitive and inner senses can detect it. Our inner awareness can remember beyond it. A reality created by a vastly sophisticated system, by those far beyond our ability to truly comprehend. And so we use our minds, our hearts, our deepest memories, logic, common sense, and our humility. Limitation cannot understand the unlimited. And so we have to remember we are the unlimited within limitation. We have to use the unlimited parts of ourselves to start to awaken to what this all means. I also have to warn you, illusion will never understand or comprehend itself as being an illusion. I have used many aspects of science to comparatively demonstrate in this documentary what is real. Scientists won't like it, but I don't really care. The real truth does not require the permission of illusion to be true. If you are still holding on to your belief systems or scientific observations, I say to you that you are not letting go because you are afraid. Don't be. Let go of your beliefs even for a moment and wonder. You can always go back to the program if this is not for you. But I will say this, if you do go back to your belief systems, you are still going home when this is all over. I will also say this, the confines of this reality and the characters created to protect its illusions cannot explain my memories or our experiences. They cannot explain the experiences of so many. They cannot explain a vast intelligence that knows everything about you, and the past, the future, and every aspect of your innermost reality. They cannot. For all of their protests, they cannot explain love. They cannot explain consciousness. They cannot explain existence. They cannot explain desperation and homesickness and a longing for places and memories beyond life on earth. And they certainly cannot explain the chaos of this world and the contradictions that govern it. And so they cannot explain life. We can. And no amount of hope and personal ideology about a benevolent creator can justify the tragedy of war, separation, and no love we see on this planet. Not ever. Therefore, the fundamental example of the box still applies. If you are living in a dream, and the dream is preventing you from waking up, you want someone from outside the dream to enter, to smile, and to tell you it is okay. You can wake up now. Has it been so long? Yes, it has. And yet it has not. Time is an illusion, Remember? Those from the real have always been here, working through time and space to reach you. You just have to make sure you listen when you hear the sound within, and take another look around you. If you are still listening to this documentary, then this is also about you. I'm glad you made it. No matter what I say or do, there is no way I can describe to you the profound beauty of being able to sit with an intelligence so powerfully aware and humbling in its ability to show you the illusion of reality, to bring the deepest meaning to your life, to answer the silent questions you never uttered out loud, to show you love, to understand everything about your entire life, your past, present and future, your hopes and dreams, your fears, and to raise your awareness by showing you simply that what you already are, but had forgotten. And then to take you so far beyond yourself, you look back as the years move on and you say, was that me? Was I that limited? Have I travelled so far? And yet I have always known. Elonias and those who spoke at different times can only be described as beings of light. Why? Because they have spoken so often about having no form and being from the collective energy of what we all are beyond the illusion of this reality. They also spoke of where they come from, 5 billion years in our future. There are many who have entered because so many needed to be woken up. Some have form beyond here, some do not. The higher beings we simply call the Great Ones have no solid form. They say there is no greater or lesser, all is one. However, in order to explain awareness itself, their love is so great, the name is certainly applicable. Many who are here in the name of love do have variations of physical forms in the real, of different densities and qualities of light, and are lying down somewhere, interacting with this reality in order to assist. You may be one of them. This is not a fairy story, and nor is it science fiction. When something happens that leads to so many being lost here for so very long, believe me when I say it was not an easy journey. What happened here to create all of this is a story for another time. First, it must be understood what this place is and who and what you are, before we venture into why. Suffice to say for now, a long time ago, this entire program was once an experience of wonder and learning. You will have stories of your own, and the next step is to begin to remember what you hold inside. And if we are communicating right here, right now, then it is a good day. You are waking up to the illusion of your reality. In the real, beyond this illusion, the real earth does exist. Some of us here come from the real earth, and some of us do not. Humans and non-humans alike. As I told you before, some are downloaded via consciousness transfer, and some are connected into this space and time via what we call the dream chamber. What matters most is this simple fact. It is time to wake up and remember you are living in illusion. It is safe to wake up. Those from the real are here to reconnect to you and reconnect you to the energy viaduct that will carry you home. That is what the gateway is all about. Those who have spoken for so long still speak to this day, Their presence began through Diane, and I continue to carry her legacy as Elonias continues to speak. This documentary was created at their instruction. They have imparted such wisdom as their words and love stripped away the barriers of illusion we all carry at first. Their greatest message is, what they are, we are also. The image of love and light are irrelevant. It is the real point inside you, inside your heart and mind. That is the most powerful part that you can remember and enter into a new program for the rest of your life. This world is full of so much that is not love. And when you are aware you are not really here, it is only a memory, a dream that once was, then you will be able to move through your life and be that what you are without fear, knowing that with each and every moment, those who are here are only a breath away. For many years, Elonias spoke of many things. There is so much more to tell you. But for the purpose of this communication, all that needs to be understood is the total truth. You are living in a world of illusion. You are asleep to your real self. As you step forward into tomorrow, the greatest thing you can do is to take that with you in every step you make, knowing you are finally on your journey home because you have woken up. Diane was a representative and a voice for Elonias and other beings of light for over 40 years. Diane was a warrior of truth, and that is what we must all be. Our tireless dedication was then, and is now, a representation of love and awareness. Throughout the years, those greater have instructed so far 4 books to be written and released, and all carry a specific message of awareness crucial to understanding the journey home in its entirety. Truth must always come from awareness. If truth comes from belief, then it is flawed. Imagery and ego are the greatest barriers to knowing. Fear is the greatest barrier to love. Humanity has always created images and icons, deities and myths to find a way to understand their place in the universe. But there is no outward power in awareness. There is only the power of remembering that you carry something within you that is real, like many others, who will be hearing the same message, not just in this century, but across all of time. This period of time, within the entirety of the program, is not the only one. Just as there are multiple dimensions of space and reality, there are multiple time frames where those who are here reside. Some watching this documentary and listening to its sound may recognize having moved through past time frames like Egypt or Babylon, or even other programs long ago, such as Atlantis. And so many others, other worlds even, other dimensions. The fact is, our people have been here for a long, long time. They are here across all of time and space. Their words have been carried through representatives like Diane and others throughout time. So many preach to the multitudes with lies and deceit, fictions of fantasy, designed to center power on the individual or an image of God, and cover over the real truth that all is one. Many years ago, Elonias spoke about religion in great detail, and we were told a man named Jesus did walk the earth 2,000 years ago. He was also a messenger from the real. He was not connected to a God, but to the light of all. He spoke of many things that did not survive beyond his life. He was not the son of a God. He was not crucified. He was connected to the real, working for the good of all. He was an example of light and returned from whence he came once his life was complete. The fanciful romancing and the glorification of the image of Jesus is nothing but fiction designed to obscure the truth that lead to the individual plays for power, more time loops and more dead ends. So many people hide behind the image of Jesus for their own salvation instead of reaching inside to the power of what they really are. There is no need to hold on to effigies and icons. There is no need to hope when the power of the real stands beside you and within you, within this illusion, so you can make your way home with the light and love of all. So many hold on to fear instead of one's power of light, in order to let go of the illusion of their own making. I ask you, if ever there was a time where humanity needed a God, wouldn't it be now? But love does not need a God. Love is everything. Love is light. The magnetic value of light through this illusion of separation to remind us that we are all one. But all belief systems, even alternative beliefs that conjure fantasy guides and personal angels, are so full of images, egos and misrepresentation. The energy of consciousness is as powerful as it is sensitive, and many are reckless with what they think they know. So many images exist only in the minds of their creators. No power except the fear they hold equal to the images they create. Anyone who speaks with awareness has a higher connection point to the higher energy of what they are. It is as simple as that. Awareness is not knowledge, and it does not come from the illusion of this reality. There is no wisdom here. One cannot be aware without a higher perspective of remembering beyond the box. Intuition, psychic ability, true mediumistic channeling, messages of revelation. For thousands of years, religions and belief systems base their testaments on stories of communication from a higher source, still without answers for what lies beyond life. Where do we go when we die? What is life about? What is the purpose of it all? I have given you answers. It either resonates or it does not. Our minds operate on many levels, and we all have the ability to be in contact with what is real by taking the time and having the intent to remember. Other parts of our mind can speak to us directly, or through dreams or meditations, or even a channeled experience. These things are often rejected by those who believe they are more learned, or cast judgment. Both usually come simply from ignorance, lack of experience, and fear. This world has been commandeered to drive the senses of every human being to the outer, taking us so far away from what is natural and at one with our inner senses. Billions of people believe prophets were in contact with a greater wisdom thousands of years ago, and give them great respect with their books and scriptures. The saddest irony of all is so many base their lives on teachings that separate and segregate people, and are often critical of the very idea someone new can be inspired by something greater or beyond life if it takes away their power base of belief. So who determines what is reality or not? What organization or belief has the right to declare an ultimate truth? The power of awareness lies within, and that is the only experience you need. All I am presenting in this documentary are experiences and communication that have one single source: the awareness that we live in an illusion, and what is real exists beyond here. When one's mind is open, it finds a way to see the world that reaches beyond equations and theories, beyond belief systems and images of self. It enhances the light within and awakens a greater memory. It makes it okay to release your grip from effigies and icons, because that which you yearned for, that which you desperately sought to find in your life, has just found you. You no longer need to hold on to a replica of Christ, or a technology or cause because you had inwardly lost hope. I am here to tell you the darkness of illusion is over. You are living in an illusion of reality, and those from the real have come to wake you up. That is my message from the Great Ones to you upon this day.